over 100 million internet users are already connected, representing 45% of the population. And I want to tell you that within the West African sub-region, this particular percentage, it firmly exceeds the population of the entire West African sub-region. That tells you what could happen if Nigeria takes its place, especially when the youths of Nigeria speak. I tell you, Africa shakes. And if that is the case, we also look at the broadband penetration. Broadband penetration has already accelerated, having close to about 48% acceleration in terms of broadband at this moment. Now, with 99 million users, especially in the area of broadband, that shows that things are changing, and these are the advantages we can take to change the narrative. Mobile connections, we are even more striking. Since over 200 million people or active subscribers, which is equal to almost very close to our population, are already mobile inclined. And having said that, it doesn't necessarily mean that the gaps do not exist. There are still gaps that exist. But these gaps are not to be a hindrance, but they are to be our helper. These gaps that we're seeing, they are the untapped opportunities that we can take advantage of. Where millions are willing to be fully included in digital economy, ready to accelerate growth at home and across the continent. How then do we bridge these gaps? The gaps that exist in Africa. For instance, African participation in global digital economy is still limited due to some structural issues. Some of such issues are infrastructural deficit, weak regulatory harmonization, limited access to capital, digital skill gap, and also even internet penetration across Africa is also a challenge. Having known that 40%, according to World Bank, 40% of Africans are still lack internet connectivity. And this is a gap that we must urgently and quickly do something about, innovatively, to fill that gap if we are going to play our key role within the digital economy. These initiatives, there are initiatives that we are also empowering. And those initiatives are geared towards turning Nigeria from being a consumption of technology, not only to a producer of technology, but also creators of technology that could have value. At NIDA, we are building frameworks to promote digital inclusion. We are also strengthening capacity building. We are also fostering innovation. And that's why I want to encourage every one of us to take a look at our strategic roadmap and action plan, where we have very striking 8 strategic pillars. And those pillars are geared towards, empowering Nigerians to become, digitally innovative. Those 8 pillars are geared towards making Nigeria an IT-enabled nation, fostering inclusive economic development through technological innovation. That is the vision that we have as a country, especially within the context of the technology spheres in Nigeria. So we are also building capacities. If you look at that strategic roadmap and action plan I've just mentioned now, the first pillar there talks about fostering digital literacy and cultivating talent. And in that, we have the vision that by the year 2030, 95% of Nigerians should be digitally literate. We didn't stop at that. We broke it down that by the year 2027, we are expecting that 70% of Nigerians should be digitally literate. We also didn't stop at that. We also partnered with NYSC to ensure that we bring this dream into a realization. We train what we call digital literacy champions, and we deploy them across the 774 local government areas. And we expect each of those champions to train at least 80 to 90, we train 80 digital literacy champions, and we expect each of them every day to train at least 2 people. And with that calculation, we are looking at the next 3 years, we should be able to train 33 million Nigerians, especially those in the informal sector, those who are traders, those young people who may not have had any formal work, even our retirees. These are the targets. Not only, we didn't stop at that also. We also have the plan to ensure that every civil servant in Nigeria is actually become digitally literate, so that they'll be able to help to improve the service delivery. We're also only stopping at that also. We want to ensure that digital literacy becomes a curriculum in education from primary, secondary, and even tertiary. We're already working with NUC to make digital literacy a kind of GST courses in universities. We have already started with University of Nasarawa State University, where digital literacy is one of the GST courses powered by Cisco, so that by the time you finish your year one, you should have had a certification that will empower you, that will skill you up, that you become so much skilled that you can contribute within the digital economy sphere itself. Now, what is our goal in doing this? Our goal in doing this, just like a prof said when he was giving his keynote, we want to move Nigerians from the level of being consumers of technology to creators of technology. That's exactly what we want to do. Africa must not only be consumers of digital technology, but we must also be creators and exporters of digital value. This is why today's conference is timely. Our creators, our innovators, and our entrepreneurs must take the rightful place as the digital thought leaders and solution providers, whether in artificial intelligence or in any of the emerging technologies. Prof spoke extensively about blockchain. Blockchain has become a fundamental bedrock for creating transparency, a fundamental bedrock to ensuring that journeys or movement of goods and services, even within the context of technology environment, have that transparency and visibility that it requires. And that becomes a tool, a technology, not only for the future, but a technology for the now. And that's why you must take advantage of all the provisions and all the programs that even the federal government is putting in place to skill up yourself, equip yourself, that you may be able to play your own role within the digital economy sphere. African story should not be one of contribution, not mere consumption. At NIDA, we have been intentional in supporting startups. Yes, for those of you who have known NIDA very well, we have a lot of programs that we use in supporting startups. We have the Nigerian Startup Act, which is the bedrock, a platform through which aggregate all the startups who have ideas that can support you from the inception to impact. We have also a lot of other programs called the iHatch program, where we train founders, where we train young people, and also empower them with funds so that they can also go and start on their business. So all that we're asking that, why don't you take advantage of all these programs that are available at this moment? We are intentional in supporting startups. We are intentional in supporting innovators. We are also intentional in supporting hubs across Nigeria. We partner with a lot of groups, a lot of agencies, the ISN. We partner with ISN to support hubs across Nigeria. We also partner with other international donor agencies. Like, for instance, we are partnering with JICA. JICA, with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, they have been very, very particular in developing the startup. They have been very, very particular in supporting startups. They have been very, very particular in providing infrastructure. They've been very, very particular in creating a platform for exchange programs where our startups have been trained. So we partner with them to ensure to bring knowledge, to our own startup and also support them in the area of funding. We also partner with the Nigeria Social Investment Fund also, where we have a large chunk of money deposited in that, where young people who have ideas can have access to patient capitals to be able to build their solutions, even from the level of idea to the level of impact. There are quite enormous programs. That's why I want to encourage you can go to our website to check some of these programs so that you can see the areas where you fit in and be part of that. Nigeria, we also give grants. Grants come through our partners, to supporting young people to building their solutions. We also do training programs, incubation centers, and also partnership. Earlier this year, for instance, we signed a landmark collaboration with a local and global partners to boost microchip design. In fact, there's a young guy we signed a partnership with, Chip Mango, I think that's the name. He's into microchip design, which is a very novel area, especially within our context here in Nigeria. We have been focusing in the area of software, but microchip design is an area that is selling now. So we had a partnership with this young guy to train more Nigerians who are ready and prepared to go into chip design. We also partner with other international agencies like QNA in the area of cybersecurity. We partner with Kapasky in the area of cybersecurity as well. And also we partner with, most importantly, I'm sure that you might have heard, we had the Jitex Nigeria. Jitex is a global brand, a global technological brand, but we brought them in Nigeria as part of our partnership to help to activate and to motivate the ecosystem to see what to see how our young people could have opportunity to present their solutions before a global audience. These efforts reflect our conviction that global digital economy is not distant opportunity, it's here. And Africa must take lead in shaping it. Nigeria, like many other African countries, have been deliberate in preparing this future. I know we have, I'm sure most of you know about it, the 3 million technical tech talent program. Now, we call it 3MTT. That is the largest accelerator program in Africa at the moment, trying to create a sustainable pipeline for talent. We also have the Nigerian Startup Act, I've mentioned it earlier on, creating a platform for innovators, a framework for growth, funding and cluster of excellence. We also have our Strategic Roadmap and Action Plan 2.0, which is targeted towards moving Nigeria from consuming technology to becoming producers and exporters of digital solutions and values. Now, how do we do that? How do we intend to do that? We do that through collaboration. We do that through partnership. And we're deepening our collaboration, especially by hosting various types of international and local tech expos. For most of you who have been the followers of NIDA, I'm sure you must have heard about the Digital Nigeria International Conference. It's a yearly program that we do in Nigeria, bringing global experts from across the globe who come to sit down to have discourse, and also creating opportunity for young people to present their solutions before a global audience. We partner with nations and organizations to be able to achieve that. Africa is not waiting to be invited to the digital future, but Africa is shaping the digital future. We do this through collaboration. No nation can certainly, or no nation, no continent can thrive in isolation. We must work together as government. We must work together as private sector. We must work together as academia. We must work together as creators, and we must work together even with the young people. Particularly, under the regional integration, we have the African Continental Free Trade, which provides a historic opportunity to build a unified African digital market, unlocking trillions in potential value. But this will only be possible if we align policies, if we harmonize standards, and foster trust across borders. What then do we do as young people? As young people, you need to invest in yourselves. As young people, we also need to invest in you. Equipping our youths with digital skills and entrepreneurial mindset to thrive globally. Not only that we equip our youth, we also need to build a resilient infrastructure from broadband to data center. Presently, we are partnering with Google to ensure that hyperscalers do not take our data abroad. The hyperscalers domesticate our data in-house. So we must also, like a prof mentioned when he was discussing, when he was presenting his paper, you could imagine where if someone, maybe if the Western world need to spell your local name, you can imagine the kind of alphabet they're going to spell it. But if you spell your local name, you'll be able to spell it with the right kind of alphabet. Am I right? And that's why it is imperative that AI that we are working towards must be what? Indigenized. And that's why we're working towards building a comprehensive data set, a local language model that will help Nigerians to be able to build AI for Nigerians, or Africans to build AI for Africans, and also for Africans to be able to take advantage of our own indigenous languages and build the algorithm that will be able to help us understand Africa. Otherwise, if we do not do it, there's a possibility in the next few years, even your name will not be found, yet you are in existence. I'm sure you wouldn't like that to happen. That's why innovation comes in. That's why creativity comes in. That's why we are calling upon everyone, young and old, to collaborate and to partner so that we can shape a digital future for a digital Africa. Fostering innovation and trust. That means we are also responsible in co-creating policies, policies and frameworks that will encourage innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa, as I conclude, in the global digital economy is not a question of possibility, but of determination. The choice we make today will determine whether Africa remains on the margin or takes its rightful place at the global digital transformation. Let us therefore rise to this challenge as creators, as innovators, as leaders, which we are, and together write a new chapter where Africa does not just participate in global digital economy and leads it. I want to end with this. Africa's digital economy must be built by Africans for global relevance. So I want to ask you, I want to invite you, everyone, young and old, industry leaders, academics, come. Come and collaborate with us as an agency. Come and partner with us as NIDA. Let us join our hands together to create a new digital future for a digital Africa. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please jam your hands together for Mr. Aristotle. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. That was indeed a very, very, very powerful rendition by Mr. Aristotle. Aristotle is such a very profound name. You hear it and you know that the person that's about to take the stage has to be somebody that commands and it's 25. Take a picture. 25. Take a picture. Drop excerpts of what you've heard on this stage across all your social media platforms. Let's keep the conversation going online. Let's do something we did at the beginning when we started. So I want you, I think we're a lot more now. So I want you to take a look at your neighbor again and say, hi, neighbor. I mean, we're a lot more than when we started. So I want it to be a little bit louder. Say hi, neighbor. Neighbor, you are in the of creative excellence. Neighbor, you are. Your hands together for yourselves. It's so hard being a guy, man. Like, all the ladies who sat beside each other were so quick to say, hi, neighbor, lady to lady, hi, neighbor, so nice. When I say hi, neighbor, all the guys are sorry, guys. You can't say hi, neighbor, to your fellow. Why are we like that? When I'm having a soul time here. The renditions have been splendid. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who has graced the stage so far. I'm super excited to be here. I genuinely cannot remember the last time I was this excited to do anything, you know? Okay, I think I remember, but it should not be public information. So yes, moving on. Facing the stage next, we're going to be enjoying a rendition, not just any kind of rendition. This one is one that, you know, charges you. This is one that sends shockwaves down your spine, you know. He sends tingles down your nervous systems. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us through the spoken word session, please jam your hands together for the amazing Ben Victor for her spoken word rendition. Please jam your hands together as she makes her way to the stage. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Bella's taking her time. You're most welcome, ma'am.
Doubt a boy who says he's carrying a country on his back. Do not say he's too young to be a father. You might never know how long it took him to gather the strength to open his mouth. I am 16. I mean, I've carried this world in my belly for over a decade now. Do not say I'm too young to be a mother. The first question I ever asked history was, what part of this world was ours? I expected everywhere to be the answer, beginning from this home called Nigeria, beginning from this point on her map, walking out of the wilderness of doubt to where we do not have to hold the words of our pedigree tied by the neck for the blessings housed in our bodies. The throne, they say, is ours to get tomorrow, but I say tomorrow isn't ours to hunt. Impatient we are. We do not wait for tomorrow to come after us with chants of our name, applauding our ancestral history, because we dare to own the sky today. And we begin each day with our eyes fixed on the truth that our destiny is in our hands. So we do not clamor for magic. We keep acting moves of survival. We do not die here. Surrendering is not verb enough to assume a character in our body. We are history. We are the future, teaching the global space how to dance to our own rhythm.
We are the future, teaching the global space how to dance to our own rhythm. Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for Bella Victor. Teaching the global space how to dance to our own rhythm. Absolutely. That's a brilliant copy. If you're in marketing, you know that you hear that, and if you work in marketing, you hear that, and you say, teaching the global space how to dance to our rhythm. It just sends, you know that something great is about to come through. We are going to enter the next phase of our conversations, and conversations are pretty important. It's beyond renditions. Conversations are pretty important. Why? Because it gives an avenue for you to hear raw opinions from people. You know, when you hear opinions from panelists who are sat, and you query these opinions, you inquire about these opinions, and you hear from one person, you learn something new, you hear from someone else, you learn something new, it shapes your thought process. And we are going to delve into that for a bit. See, I said delve. Hope you don't think it's AI that taught me that word. But yes, we're going to delve into that for a little bit. And the panel session is going to be one that I look forward to. A lot of conversation about AI, you know. And AI, for quite importantly, because AI is big now, guys. Like, it's way bigger than it was a couple years ago. We've seen a lot of people do crazy things, very innovative stuff with it. In fact, these days, we cannot even tell if that video was shot originally or if that is AI, if that's something that ChatGPT or View cooked up from somewhere. I said that sometimes I wonder, like, how far are we going to go with AI, you know? What's the limit? Where is it going to stop? Do you think that we'll get to a point where we have, like, AI refrigerators, and if you open your refrigerator, AI is like, you're getting too fat, you should hit the gym, don't take that Fanta, you know? Or if you're spending too much time in the bed, and AI is like, this is not how you make it. What's the Bible verse that says, a little sleep, a little slumber, and AI just quotes that for you and say, get up, a little sleep, a little slumber, and poverty will come knocking at your door. So there's so much we can do with AI. I don't know how far we're willing to go, but it's not. But to have that conversation now is one that. This particular conversation is one that I'm confident is going to equip something in you. And to take us through that, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for our panel session, please jam your hands together for none other than Mr. Elijah Elvis to take us through this fantastic panel session which we're going to step into. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let me hand this over to you because you'll be needing it. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands again together for Mr. Elijah Elvis. He'll take it from here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want this room to be a little bit vibrant because it's filled with young people, and young people are known to be energetic, full of life and vibrant. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the existing protocol, I'll be welcoming the panelists for this panel session that is tagged Africa's Readiness for Artificial Intelligence, the infrastructure, the policy, data, challenges, and responsible AI in Africa, where we're going to be talking about balancing innovation and regulation. And to join me on set this very moment is our own very Dr. Aristotle Onomo, the Director Stakeholder and Partnership NIDA. Please, with a warm round of applause, let's make welcome Dr. Aristotle to the stage, please. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. Please celebrate him as he comes up. Thank you so much, sir. You can. Yes. Next is Mr. Nate Oguche, the CEO of Nate Genius Films and Media. Please, a round of applause as he comes up stage. You can do better than that, please. Clap it until he gets seated. You're welcome, Mr. Nate. All right, finally, we're going to be having a tech educator and an AI expert in the person of Fikayo Adepoju. A round of applause as he makes his way up to the stage. Welcome, Mr. Fikayo.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I want you to pay attention, have your questions ready, because these wells of knowledge are here to answer every question that you have in your heart. But until you have your questions ready, I have a few questions here to ask them on the subject of artificial intelligence. How ready is Africa to adopt artificial intelligence? And not just Africa, but Nigeria, because we're all Nigerians. And then we're going to be looking at the infrastructures. So what infrastructures do we have in place for the adoption of artificial intelligence in creating local solutions, solutions that are tailored to our local context, right? And of course, we're going to also look at policies. What are the policies in place that would enable artificial intelligence thrive and be used exactly for what they should be used? And then we're going to also look at data. What are the data challenges? We're also going to look at data. In fact, Dr. Aristotle mentioned or talked about data centers during his session. We're going to have conversations around that area. How much data do we have in order to fully come to the place where we have adopted artificial intelligence for our own local context? And then we'll proceed to look at the innovation and regulation. Would what happened to cryptos in Nigeria or happened to Twitter, social media, happen to us when we continue to explore the potentials within the artificial intelligence sector? These are the things we are going to be looking at in this panel session. And I'm going to ask Dr. Aristotle the first question. And I'm going to build on what you said during your session. You said that efforts are being made to ensure that digital literacy courses are made compulsory or are made into general studies for undergraduates. And of course, you also mentioned that these courses are going to be powered by Cisco. And my question to you right now is, if you were to design a national AI roadmap, what would be the top 3 priorities for Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The question is as practical as theoretical it appears to be. If we're to design an AI roadmap, I can tell you that number 1 priority is the people. Because if the people do not understand, if the people are not properly reorientated, if the culture is not actually in alignment with the purpose and the goal, then there will be a gap. Why I emphasize on the people, because what you're doing, even whatever solution you're trying to provide for any situation or circumstance is still for the people. And if the people are going to be part, are going to use, and are going to take advantage of the solution, what you're proposing for them, you don't shave the head of any man at his back. The people are the center of everything that we must do. Then secondly, the people, the processes. Now, if you continue to do the same thing, the same way you have been doing it in the past, then the likelihood that you're still going to get the same result or the same outcome is also very, very high. So while you are re-engineering the mindset of the people, you are also re-engineering the process through which activities and other things are also being accomplished. Now, why I mentioned these two very important aspects of what we may consider as a roadmap. Currently, in NITDA, if you have recently visited NITDA, you will discover that we have what we refer to as the AI roadmap. We are looking at, in the next 36 months, or our vision is, if assuming that all of us who are workers or who are delivering services in NIDA at this moment are completely taken away, and a new set of people are being brought in. They should be able to interact with the system and continue with the work of NIDA without having any hitch at all. And that's the vision we have for the agency, and we have already begun that roadmap. Now, if you are going to paper or any letter in our agency, you stop at the gate. And because we use AI, if you use the right kind of keyword, immediately you submit that letter paper at the gate, the AI picks up those letters and routes it to the right kind of person that will be able to address your concern, address your challenge. And not only we did that, we're also remodeling the jobs. We don't have clerks now. We have given them a different name altogether. In the sense that instead of calling them clerk who be carrying file from one place to the other, they are now AI operators, AI supporters. So the job remodeling is also what we are doing at the moment in NIDA. So people, the processes, that before you talk about the technological infrastructure that's going to drive the process. Now, if you follow this pattern, then there will be, you will now have, a kind of a consciousness of measuring the impact of what technology is going to do for you as you're bringing it in, and whether the processes that you have put in place is actually giving you the right kind of result, and whether the people that you have already built their capacity, you have already changed their mindset, that they are culturally connected to the new narrative, are actually delivering on those responsibilities for which you have actually applied them to do. And we are hoping that if neither as we have 36 months period to be able to deliver on our AI transformation roadmap. If we're able to get it right, we can now externalize those services, externalize the things that we have done across the nationwide, across the service wide. That means across the entire public service, where AI becomes the engine of ensuring that services are delivered efficiently, services are delivered timely, and services are delivered accurately. That is our focus, and that's our goal for now.
A big round of applause for Dr. Aristotle. Thank you so much for that. 3 priorities he mentioned. Number 1 is what? Number 1 is what? The people. You and I seated in this room. And then he proceeded to talk about the processes before the tech infrastructure. And I can agree with you. I agree with you on this, because we can't talk about tech infrastructures without understanding the processes that suits our context. Thank you so much, Dr. Aristotle, for this. I'm going to proceed to ask Mr. Nate Oguche his question. All right. So as a filmmaker and media entrepreneur, how do you see AI changing the content or the way content is produced and consumed in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for this question. Good morning, everybody. So first things first, there's something I want to say, and hopefully it sticks. Africa must not be left behind. So that's why conferences like this are very important. So we can discuss and talk about how we can shift the narrative and also keep changing or follow the trend, which is reshaping the creative economy. So we definitely would not want to be left behind. So as a filmmaker, I would just give an example of something we did recently, which was a short film I made on one of the stories of some great person in Benin Kingdom, the Esama of Benin. He's so big that his story could not fit into a short film. So what we did was to go ahead to create a short film because we wanted to tell his story. And the idea of some of the stories I've been telling over the decade of my life is also to create perception and not just to create good visuals. We want people to see what we're exporting and see that we're exporting something that make them see Africa in a different light. So what we did with the short film was that the budget wasn't big enough, wasn't robust enough to be able to create that film the way we wanted to create. So there's certain areas of the film where we infused AI to fill up the story, right? So I saw a post recently that said that AI is here to take your job. No, I don't agree with that. So the thing about it is that a lot of creatives have reached idea poverty. And the reason for that is because the idea pool is not as is not in proportion with the execution pool. And you don't blame them a lot of that because they don't have enough resources and they don't have the platform to be able to create these things. And that's why we are coming up with hubs, working with the government to see how we can come up with hubs that can, educate, can train people on certain essential tools that would help them enhance this work. So going back to the story, the AI tool we used for this film did not replace the film or the story. It helped enhance it. As a matter of fact, There's certain parts that we have never been able to film with the budget we had, but because of how we're able to infuse the AI, the clips that we got from AI, some of the tools we use, we're able to tell that story and help drive that story to the viewers. And then, what am I saying? You do not wait for the AI to take over what you're doing. You try to make sure you understand, you learn, and then you grow with the AI tool. Because what we have in Africa is we have a superpower. And that superpower has been untapped. And why have I said it's untapped? It has been untapped because we have lacked the essential need for training to convert the creative aspect to the population. So the only difference with understanding that we have the population, which is the numbers, and then we have talent, and we're trying to convert population to talent, and the bridge for that is training. You know, we need to be able to do a lot of trainings for people to understand how to harness these tools and not to let it take over their jobs. And then also, I'll give another example of how this have helped me in my filmmaking journey. So you can apply that to your own journey as well. There's one time we're making another film with that we needed sound. And you know how sound is very storytelling. And then we were not able to get the right sound we needed because we downloaded the sound off the internet. And then just one thing you should know, that if you have a sound and put it in a video, no matter how much that video trends, the royalties for that video or that sound goes to the original owner of that song. So you should be able to know how to create sound. So what we did is that we also used AI to create a sound that could drive that story to the viewer and to the audience, right? So AI is here not to replace your work, but it's here to also to add to what you're doing and grow. So there's a quote I was putting together the other day that says, if Africa's future is truly digital, then the creators are the architect of that future. So you don't wait for this thing to take you over. You should go educate yourself on some of these tools and grow and see how you can build a better nation and a better creative economy. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Nate. Thank you so much for the insights that you've shared. One thing you mentioned that stood out was that AI was a tool you rather used to enhance what you were doing already. You had your story already. What you needed AI for was to enhance it so as to be able to get an abridged version of the story, since the story was so robust that you didn't have enough of the resources or robust resources to produce that film. Thank you so much for sharing that. And one other thing you mentioned was that training is very important for us to be able to, as young creatives, harness the potential of artificial intelligence in Africa. A round of applause once again for Mr. Nate. Mr. Fikayo, you are a tech educator and an AI expert. Most young people hear AI and think ChatGPT, they think about deepfakes. From your perspective as an AI expert, what's the simplest way to understand artificial intelligence for an everyday Nigerian creator?
Okay, so you said, what is the easiest way to understand AI? The simplest way for creators, yeah.
Exactly.
So, let me start with a little story. When I was much younger, I'm still young, but let's say around my 20s, I started hearing these wonderful stories. Some from my parents, some just from elderly people about, the gods of the Yoruba land, the Shangos, the Orumilas, and the rest. And I was quite excited about this particular characters called Timi and Bonka. I don't know how many Yoruba people are here are interested enough to know those stories. These were ancient warriors. Timi used to be this archer, but his arrows were kind of magical. And Bonka is more of a brute force guy. He was a warrior. And somehow they had a dispute and two of them had to fight, and it was more like the unstoppable arrow versus the unbreakable shield, if I remember how that thing is quoted. And one thing that happened was that I really got excited to tell that story. I loved cartoons growing up, and I wanted to tell that story. But I couldn't. I couldn't. I could draw, and I tried some things, but it didn't really pan out. And I just allowed those dreams die. Ironically, also, I used to want to put, I hated writing. Now I'm a full-time writer. I've been writing for like since 2017 now professionally. I had a lot of stories that were brimming inside me. I would even tell some of my people in the university. They'd be like, wow, it would be wonderful for this to be produced. But the barrier to getting that story to actual production was too high. It was too high. How was I going to make a cartoon? How was I going to make a comic book? How many of us here read Super Strikers? Read Super Strikers. How many of you love Super Strikers? That's a very wonderful comic that brought about the passion of football, and a lot of people were able to relate with it. I remember how angry I was when I heard that it was produced from South Africa. I was very mad because I loved it so much and I felt it was native to us. So, if I'm going to answer the question, how should creative people see AI? It is the fact that AI is leveling that barrier. The barrier from telling a story to actually creating it in the format, the cartoons, the movies, the music that people are going to consume, that barrier has been drastically pulled down by AI. Now, if I have a wonderful story and I want to distribute it as myself a view subscription or a nano banana, I think that's the hottest image model right now, nano banana. Get myself nano banana or use GPT-4o, and I'm going to be able to create frame by frame every single shot that I need, every single graphic that I need to produce that comic. If I want to add music, I can generate it. Because if I wanted to add music before, like he said, I have to pay royalties to somebody. But now I can just tell an AI, an audio-based AI, that this is the type of vibe I want. This is the type of mood I want for this music. And I can lay it over the motion pictures. So, that is just the simple way I'm going to answer that question. The way you have to see AI as a creator, and probably someone that doesn't give a damn about technology, is that AI has pulled down that barrier between the exciting, awesome ideas in your head that the world needs to see. It has pulled down that barrier. You don't need to go through production companies anymore. You don't need to go through big media companies anymore. You don't have to convince some people that their generation is disconnected from yours and cannot understand your distance. So they will definitely throw out your pitch. You don't have to convince all those people again. You can make your product. You can produce something, put it online, and before you know it, it can even garner enough attention that it will eventually go mainstream. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fikayo. Thank you. All right, I'll move on quickly because we are running out of time. I'm going over to Dr. Aristotle. You mentioned data centers, and also mentioned about how NIDA is partnering with Google to secure, to protect some of the data that is being provided locally. My question now is, Nigeria passed the Data Protection Act in 2023, but how do we ensure creators' data and intellectual property are not just fueling foreign AI companies without compensation?
Yeah, thank you very much. We have spoken so much about AI. Artificial intelligence, I prefer to refer it as amplified intelligence because it is still your own intelligence that have been amplified to a new level because every other one who has contributed was put in a pool, and that pool was able to give and generate a result which is also have been amplified. Now, going to your question, which has to do with data protection, and also I want to add something to it, perhaps a digital right and also that data access. We know before now, as it is, data before now have been hosted and has also been a form of, maybe we had little understanding when the Western world, or the way we search Google at the beginning, we didn't know that as we are searching Google as well, Google is also searching us. So they have been able to build that pattern over the years. And when we led ourselves onto becoming just mere consumers instead of being creators. Then having said that, what are we doing? Having realized, because I always share this story, if you're wearing your clothes backwards when you are small and you are growing, you get to 15, 16, and you're still wearing your clothes backwards and you're still blaming your father that that's how your father wore you the clothes, then I think something, maybe they need to check your psychological status or your psychometric status at that level. Now, having realized that we have been, all this while we thought that we are searching, we have been searched. What then do we do? One of the things that we have done is that the Data Protection Act. The Data Protection Act, before it came into existence, was like a data protection regulation within NITDA. So it was NITDA that gave birth to that part. It was the regulation that was born out of NITDA. We'll call it developmental regulation that was born out of NITDA that gave birth to the Data Protection Act. Now, that is the responsibility to ensure that your personal data is handed over to you as the owner, as the custodian. So you determine how your personal data can also be used. That is number one. What does that mean? It means that you must be aware of what provisions the Data Protection Act have provided, the enabling provisions it has given you, and the rights that it has given unto you, so that you don't give out your data and you don't allow the data users to use your data for the purpose for which it was not explicitly said to you at the beginning. Secondly, I did mention that we are partnering with Google. No, we have the hyperscalers. Now, the hyperscalers before now have been able to aggregate much data. And that's why, like I gave an example, because we are just mere consumers, we are unable to take advantage and create something that is also peculiar to us. And that's why at this moment where we are in the fourth industrial revolution, it is our responsibility to be able to build the right kind of data set that will be able to speak our own language, so that when you now ask that question, it will be able to reply in a language that is also very peculiar to you. Not only that, it also helps to export our own culture, so that we know that whatever that is abominable in physical space is also abominable in the digital space. You and I are the one to create that particular platform and put it within the digital space. So if we do that, we are also partnering with the hyperscalers to ensure that they domesticate their data here in Nigeria. There's a cloud policy that we have. That cloud policy presupposes that all hyperscalers must have their 30% local content. It means that the 30% local content will be what is going to be part of your data, part of my data, part of Nigerian content itself. Now, if we're able to finish with the agreement that we are doing with the hyperscalers, they will be able to build their data center here in Nigeria. So if that data center is built here, or collaborate with the existing data centers and establish their infrastructure here in Nigeria, train our people here in Nigeria, so that our local people will be the one that will manage our local data. But again, those data must come from us. So it's our responsibility to ensure that, number one, we get aware of what the Data Protection Act says and speaks about, and also that of the government in driving the policy of cloud policy to ensure that we domesticate, our cloud service providers and our hyperscalers partner with local data service providers to ensure that our data does not reside outside. As it is now, it's a work in progress, and we believe that with the concept and the preaching of data sovereignty, for which my DG is actually championing at this moment, we will get there. and surely we will be there. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Dr. Aristotle. Thank you so much for the insights you've shared. This is a very, very critical conversation that we're having because we do not know how much of our data we are exporting without, more especially, for instance, you who use ChatGPT, for instance, you know, you just say, oh, I'm training my ChatGPT. It understands how I think. It understands because of the many inputs you're making. Just like with Google, every information you're searching, for instance, you go on Instagram, probably you clicked, you want to buy a new set of wristwatch, or you just even thought about it. Sometimes, I don't know if it's happened to you before, and before you know it, your feed is filled with, you know, ads about wristwatch. You're seeing content about wristwatch. It does tells us that we are being watched, and it's because of the information, the data we are providing to them. So it is important that NISDA is championing this Data Protection Act, working with or partnering with hyperscalers to see how they can build data centers, more especially in Nigeria, and train our own people. Of course, having at least 30% of the local content uploaded on those platforms, train our own people to manage this data so that we can have data that is local based, of course, and that is tied within people. Foreigners or people out there should not tell our stories. They are not the ones to tell our stories. They are not the ones to tell, like he mentioned during his session, he said, otherwise we'll get to the point where your name will not exist globally, even though you exist as a person. A round of applause for Dr. Aristotle one more time. All right, I'll proceed to Mr. Nate. Do you think that AI tools like script generators and editing software threaten creative originality, or do they actually expand creative possibilities? I've seen quite a number of people who create like short films and upload on YouTube, and some don't generate the stories themselves. So does this stiffen or does it threaten creativity or originality using these script generators?
Thank you for that. So I like to use examples when I speak so you can see how, see how true and how real this thing is. So every creative has a perspective of how they view things and how they see things, right? So your daily experiences shape the story you tell and put into your film or whatever story you're telling. So it's always important to remember that with storytelling, especially filmmaking, you are trying to evoke emotions from people watching your film. You want people to feel a certain way when they leave the cinema after seeing your film, right? So AI cannot do that. AI cannot evoke those emotions because whatever you put into your film is what your experience is, and that's the unique thing about what you have seen and what you've experienced in life that you put in your story. So AI can only help enhance or add to your script writing or elevate it in some way or form, but it would not, it's not advisable, I would say, to use an AI fully generated script to create a film. I would say it's good to use it to guide you through creating a script in the structure or in the format that a global filmmaker or an international filmmaker would do it. So you can use it to guide that, but not use it to replace it. So the creative economy is growing, and then you want to also be part of that ecosystem. We want to be able to create and export content that could reach the global market, right? Try to be as original and as authentic as possible. As I said before, AI is not here to replace you. AI is here to help you see it as an assistant and use it to grow in your creativity, right? You are the architect of the future. We need to protect and hold that future of our content creation in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He said, you are what? The architect of the future. And it is our responsibility to protect our future as Africans. Thank you so much, Mr. Nate. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Fikayo, a quick one. There are a lot of biases, around AI being a big issue in Nigeria. What are some real Nigerian examples of how AI can misinterpret or misrepresent African context?
I think a lot of it has been said already today.
Okay.
But I don't think that problem stems from AI. It's a foundational problem. And that's the fact that if we don't participate, others are going to represent us. So, whether it's AI, before AI, there was the internet. That was another big revolution that we've had. And because a lot of times, Africa tends to play late to the party, other people get to represent us. Probably they want to do something anytime they want to do something that has to do with us, they will represent us. Even right now in music, there's a lot of misappropriation of Afrobeats that some people are already experimenting with. Yeah. So, if we don't feed in our information, if we don't feed in our data, if we don't participate, then other people are going to participate instead. So, one thing I would like to mention and connect it to what our guy from Leader has said. I was actually impressed with a lot of things that he said. I didn't even know that a lot was going on. Now, maybe I need to step out of my house more. I work remotely a lot, so I don't really go out. So, but I think around 2017, 2015, I even used to do some third-party work with NIDA. I used to see a lot of wonderful things they're doing, and it's awesome to hear that they're even doing a lot more, which is quite impressive. But I think there's still a gap that needs to be filled. Probably something is already going on in that aspect. Probably I don't know about it also, so forgive my ignorance. But I think we need to get to a point where we don't just train. A lot of our initiatives has been training. What happens when we produce these products? They graduate and they don't have anything to do. What happens? Before you know it, the best guy in the AI class is now working at a farm. The one that graduated top of his class in a Python class is now working in the bank. Because a couple of years after he finished, he didn't have anything to do. I have a personal experience of, I'm going to try and obfuscate the information as much as possible and still pass my message across. One of my mentees, in his association, some of them were drafted. Some of the brilliant ones, nationwide, were drafted. They were just like, I think, let's say 20 of them, to lead a new technological revolution in that aspect of this government. They were trained for 6 months. Intensive training. And after that 6 months, nothing. They didn't have anywhere to put them. So I think the government needs to go beyond just teaching. You can keep going to schools, teaching, 3MTC program, and all that. One of the things that we tech guys used to fantasize over is working at Google. Want to work at Google, want to work at Microsoft, want to work at this thing. They didn't have to teach us to aim for those places. No, those places exist. And because they exist, we do what? We aspire. Instead of training people how to do microchips, which we also need to do, don't get me wrong, we need to do it. How about floating a Nigerian-based microchip company? How about floating that? If we have that company, and everybody knows about that company, people are going to be excited. They are going to go through every process they need to go through to do what? To work there. An aspect of data, because we need to be very strategic about how we want to participate. Because we can't just keep saying we want to participate, and we just train people, then we don't provide the avenue to participate. Facebook recently bought Scale AI. Scale AI is owned by, I think, a 19-year-old, 21-year-old boy. I can't remember. They bought it for $3 billion. What does Scale AI do? They clean data. That's a very strategic aspect in the value chain of AI that somebody decided to specialize in. And because of that, was acquired. Is now richer than $100. Yeah, and through him, other companies can flow. As we know that in Africa, let's not deceive ourselves. We can't compete in infrastructure. We know, let's not. We can't. We can't. Even some representatives from the US, they went to China recently. As the USA is so technologically advanced and they have infrastructure, they went to China recently and they came back and gave the report to the US government that the US has already lost the AI war. Why? Because a lot of the infrastructure that the USA is trying to build, Stargate and the rest, China already has it. It's already the foundation of how their economy runs. So we can't compete in that, but we can compete in the data aspect. Gathering data, preparing data, cleaning data, and exporting data. We can also compete in the human resource aspect because AI is data and algorithms. We can compete in data algorithms. AI is data, algorithms, and compute, which is infrastructure. Data, we can participate. The algorithms aspect, we can participate because we have a lot of brilliant people here. We have so many brilliant people in Nigeria, so we can participate in those aspects. But one of the things we need to do is establish places where people can go and use those talents. We can't keep training them and throw them into the world and say, figure it out. If we continue to do that, the most brilliant of them will be exported to other countries to be of value to those countries instead of Nigeria.
A big round of applause for Mr. Fikayo. Thank you so much for sharing these insightful thoughts with us. If you do not participate, they will represent us. A round of applause for him one more time. So to add to what you just said, I'm glad that NITA is doing quite a number of work with this. And when I asked Dr. Aristotle, he mentioned 3 things that are priorities, and he mentioned the people, the processes, and then before the tech infrastructure. Now, I believe that we're doing a lot with and I'm sure, sir, you're going to take this back, and see that there is actually a readiness among the young people to actually adopt artificial intelligence, and not just adopt it, but become active participators. Now, we need infrastructure, we need tech infrastructures so that we can actually put these things to use. There are a lot of limiting factors that we have in Nigeria: access to internet, reliable internet, access to data, access to power supply. Thankfully, some people are living in the city center or in Abuja, for instance. There are people in rural areas who do not have access to these infrastructures. So we crave your indulgence. We crave your indulgence to take the message back while you're doing this other things within the NITA framework. See how this can be exported to other sectors, more especially as it affects the young creatives. My final question to you, sir. You mentioned that there are a lot of collaborations and partnerships that the NIDA already has, one of which you mentioned was GTEx, and many others that you mentioned. You also talked about grants, you talked about access to funds, opportunities. How can these young creatives right in this room, how will they be able to access these opportunities that you are already working in collaboration with, whether it's government organizations, international organizations, to make available for them?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think it's very informative that the young people get to know some of these things and also see how they can partner with it. One of the best source of information, which I will tell you now, you follow us just from time to time. Make sure that you follow us either in Twitter or follow us in the Facebook or our Instagram. You can also log onto our website. But one thing which I want to appeal to the young people, there's a very big disconnect, and that's what we're trying to build. We called for an advert for young people who are interested, who has solutions, who have an idea to come over and pitch. It may surprise you the number of people that will respond to that kind of advert. And that's why it goes to show that maybe there's a disconnect. Either the confidence is not there, or maybe the resilience to follow through is not there. We did it across the 6 geopolitical zone before we selected close about how many people that will sponsor to GITEX Nigeria. Sponsoring will build from wherever you're coming from, in whatever location, you are being brought to Lagos during the GITEX Nigeria, provided with a port, provided with accommodation, so they can also pitch your solution or your idea before the global audience. Some of them had the opportunity to have the interactions and also strike some conversation and partnership with global companies. I think we had close about 576 startups that actually participated in GITEX Nigeria alone. Now, having said that, coming home, this information which I've just shared with us is always available. Again, we have Digital Nigerian International Conference. It's coming up from the November 11 through November 13. It's another opportunity where also we take advantage of whatever idea that you have, whatever solution that you have, we create a platform for you to pitch your ideas before a global audience, especially when those ideas could solve local problems that have a global relevance. Once you are selected, we can also support you. When these ideas began at the embryonic stage, I know that NIDA has supported quite a lot of stuff. Some of them are also building business. We have what we call the iHatch program. The iHatch program is a program that is run across the 36 states of the Federation. It's in partnership with JICA. What we do is that over a period of time, we train you in specific area, especially in managing your business, and also if you have a kind of a startup or have an idea, we also support you in building that idea onto fruition, or even to take it to market. At the end of that particular program, you also supported with some grant to be able to establish. That's an iHatch program. Now, in that case, as we train, we are not just training you so you can go out there and look for a job. We train to empower. We build so that you can also go ahead to build others. And that's why we also go ahead to support innovation hubs across Nigeria. We support them by training them on how to manage people, training them on specific skills that will help them to uplift and upgrade. We also partner with them also whenever they have some local exhibitions to show them or for them to showcase what they are doing. Also bring them in closer to be part and parcel of what, even the digital literacy which we are propagating across board, we are not doing it alone. We are partnering with NGOs, we are partnering with individuals, we are partnering with various kind of bodies, even the disability group, we are also partnering with them. Like I mentioned very clearly that we partner with NYSC. That's a very big partnership because we know that NYSC is present in 776 or 774 local government areas in Nigeria. So we are not just training to take people outside there, we train to empower, and we build so they can also build others. But one thing is very clear. As an entrepreneur, which we are always preaching, there's various characteristics that you must develop, and one of them is to be resilient. You don't just face out in the face of trouble. I remember that sometime about 5 or 6 years ago, I had the privilege of interviewing about some entrepreneurs or some startups that we supported, that we helped them to secure specific grants, quite a lot of money to help them to build their businesses. But if you're not resilient in the industry, if you're not very strong and build your power and have that passion of entrepreneurship, when the storm comes, you are always going to fizzle away. Some of them along the line abandoned that business and began to do other things altogether. So what I want to encourage us now, remember that, number one, African AI must be designed for Africa, built for Africans, and also for global relevance. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause to Dr. Aristotle. Thank you so much. I want you to say to your neighbor, we are the architects of the future of Africa. Therefore, we must participate. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Fikayo.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Nate.
Our panelists, please, can you guys
Aristotle.
just say, our media guys, let's take a picture with the panelists. Sharp looking men. Thank you so much, Mr. Nate. Thank you so much, Mr. Fikayo. Please jam your hands together for our panelists. Mommy, do you want to join this picture? Yes, please. We need a feminine touch. Our media guys, are you taking this? Please jam your hands together for the minister, the representative of the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. Please jam your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. Also, the representative from the Ministry of Communication, please join this photograph. Thank you so much. Please jam your hands together for our amazing panelists. very, very impactful session. It's indeed. Thank you so much as you make your way back to your seats. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please jam your hands together. We cannot get tired of clapping. We cannot get tired of clapping for greatness. Come on. Please jam your hands together for them as they make their way back to these seats. We go straight into the next phase. We have a plethora of activities lined up. It's a power-packed morning rather, into the afternoon. And we have a lot of engagements lined up. I'll stay behind. We have networking sessions. I'm sure you guys want to ask questions and follow up with the guys at NIDA and those brilliant minds that have spoken here. But we'll go straight right into the next panelist session that we have set up. Now, this is a very important one. Our next point of conversation is one that I personally find really fascinating because it highlights the responsibility that we have as creators and the role we play in ensuring that the digital economy in Africa is amplified and well managed. As creative entrepreneurs, it's our responsibility, and not just our responsibility, it's part of what we should do to ensure that we keep the digital creative economy in Nigeria and across Africa thriving. And to take us through in the further conversation, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome the amazing Mayowa Kolawole to moderate this next panelist session. Please jam your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. Now that is a super elegant outfit. Please jam your hands together as she makes her way.
Are we excited to be here today? Huh? Are we excited? Yeah. Okay, awesome. So I'll be briefly introducing my fellow panelists. First, we have Mr. Olawale Ariyo. He is the co-founder and CCO of HD Media with over a decade of experience across industries, blending creativity and strategy to help brands grow. He also leads the Creative Hangouts with Wale the Legend, which is a community empowering young creatives. Please a round of applause for him. And then we have Precious Emehelu. She's the founder of Keep It Different, a creative agency. She's a Gen Z brand builder and storyteller who has worked with top organizations, crafting their narratives that inspire authenticity and cultural change. Please keep clapping for her. And then we have Adedire Abayodun Christopher. He is a global visual storyteller whose work has reached over 100 million people. He is known for turning unheard voices into celebrated stories and challenging creators to focus on impact, not just virality. Please a round of applause for him again. And finally, we have myself. My name is Mayowa Kolawole. I am the founder of Admin. We are an agency that helps businesses automate their operations so that they can scale faster. Thank you. Please a round of applause for me again. Okay, so we spent the entire morning talking about AI, Afrofuturism in the tech space, creators, digital economy, etc. We've heard so many keywords today. But when we talk about Africa's digital future, it's not enough to leave the narrative just to the tech companies or to the government agencies. So technology can build tools. The founders can build all the tools that they want, but it is the creators, you and I, the photographers, the TikTok dance creators, the media, the musicians, the filmmakers that actually give those tools meaning. And we decide what stories are told and how Africa is seen as a continent and how we participate in the digital economy. And that is the theme that we are discussing today, the role of creators in shaping the narrative of Africa's digital economy. Are we ready? So we'll start with Precious. So you are the founder of Keep It Different and it's a creative consultancy. You worked with brands like MTN, Guinness, Four Seasons, etc. What lessons can African creators take from brand storytelling to position the continent more powerfully in the digital space?
Identity.
More thoughts on that?
One of the things that I've found missing that a lot of creatives, or will I say creators, do not understand. you cannot tell a story that you do not know. You cannot tell a story that you're not convinced about. You cannot tell a story that you do not know the root from where it's coming from. So how do you project that when working for brands? And like I would always say, the completeness of branding in itself, its identity. And you have to be able to know a thing or a person or a culture to be able to express it. Lastly, one of the reasons why most creative of creators have not been able to do that is that we do not spend time in research. I always tell my team something. Your skill or your gift or your talent is 1% of the entire equation. It can be destroyed, it can be broken, it can be bought, it can be sold, it can be replaced. But knowledge is so profound, it cannot be taken away. It's what keeps you relevant on the table, and that's what a lot of creatives don't have today, or are yet to invest into it. So if you must tell a story, you must tell it from the place of knowledge, insight, understanding, and conviction. So that's it.
So I want to follow up with a question that is more practical. If I were to create my identity as a creator, what steps would I take to get to that clarity?
Find out who you are first. It took me time to get here. I experimented different stuff. This is my chief here, knows me. Prior to now, it wasn't like this for me. I tried. I was very intentional about wanting to be convinced about me. What I have, what I carry, what my message is, what my truth is. Although truth can be relative though. But know you first. Every other thing can fall in easily.
So I'll move on to Wale. You are the legend. He prefers the legend. Awesome. Okay, the legend. You are a visual and creative designer, brand consultant, amongst other impressive things on your bio. And I want to ask, many African creators fail to bridge that gap between creating and making money out of their work. So how can African creators bridge that gap?
All right. So, creating and making money. First off, we are in a particular system where our natural instinct is driven by survival. So I'm now thinking to myself, because of the attention on the creative economy now, that is why we have so many creators popping up from nowhere, because of the survival. So most of our industries are not actually built on professionalism, on actual knowledge, skills, and proficiency. I'm going to go a bit low. Before now, we are all used to the ATM machines. I can't remember when last did you visit the ATM machine, Signify? You don't even know what it looks like. You've never used one before. Because there is someone down the road that is doing POS, right? Yeah, it's a means of survival. It is not actually meant to happen. But because it's paying off, you see people do it. So, same for content creation now, making money. Now, because you are so quick to want to make money out of that trade, because the reason why you are in it first is to make money, then quality is out, right? So a lot of content creators, a lot of creators really don't look into quality. Rather, they dive into quantity. They want to put out more content, even if it's not deep enough. They don't do, as you mentioned, the deep research is out of place. All they just want to do is, they want to trend, that's the word. They want to trend, attract the brand, cash the bank, and then board, right? So when when there is no money in content creation again, we look elsewhere. Where is it going again? Oh, it's AI. Let me now be an AI instructor. So to actually make good money, because the truth is it's creative. And if you want to stay in that business for a longer time, you need to be grounded. You need to be actually grounded. Like what she said, he's going to try you. Not all your pitch are going to scale through. It is not all the content, not all the script you're going to write that will fly. But you need to keep trying it again, do more research, work. As much as you want to make money, right? Give some level of attention to that craft. Just don't do that. And content is quite becoming very cheap. A phone, a light, and a mic. Right? It's that easy. But away from that, you should plan for a longevity. Your big break is going to come. But how do you stay relevant in it? Because you're going to make that first million, you're going to make that first 20 million. But the truth is, money where you don't plan for, you go finish. The only thing that will sustain you is the quality in you that will help you make or double the money.
Okay.
Double the money.
Okay. I want Precious, I want Biodun to say something to that. So
I know this is a conference, but we are creatives, right? Forget the suit I'm wearing, right? I'm just a very basic, stay relevant in Africa. Stay relevant in Africa. What are you anchoring your viral moments with? Are you going to now establish a business with all the money you've made? Or are you going to go into the corporate world, use your creativity as a channel? You need to anchor your viral moment with legacy and with depth.
I'm going to follow up on that, asking you the same question. So you've gone viral. Your pinned video on Instagram and TikTok is like 4 million views. Your average videos are 1 million views each. Funny enough, I've come across your videos, but I didn't know you were the one behind the brand till I did my research. Oh, who is this person? Seeing this guy's video lots of time on TikTok, and this is him. So now your work has turned the average person into globally recognized people. I still remember the story of the copper who sells cakes. Funny enough, I've met her 1 or 2 times, and now she's very popular. People know her, and so many other examples. So what responsibility comes with that level of storytelling power? You can make people go viral. How do you feel about it?
To be honest, like if you ask my people, I don't feel any special, right? And I feel like that's what has really helped me. I know how to shield myself from the noise. My notifications are turned off. I have comments. I have appraisal comments. I only reply to the ones I want to reply to. I detach from, oh, I'm a guy that can tell stories and make people popular. Do you understand? I am Abiodun. OAC is different. My mission is to help people, right, tell their stories, garner support for them. That's my assignment. But I am Abiodun. I am detaching from every noise, whether the good one or the bad one. So now, what responsibility falls on my head? Actually, there are 3 responsibilities. I'm responsible for the person I tell their stories. Why? Not everybody online has good intentions. I don't know if you guys have seen the video of the Akara girl, Ruth, that sells Akara. She's just 20 years old. She doesn't know anything. Imagine giving her, the videos across all platforms got about 15 million views, right? About 15 million people have seen her around the world. Inside that 15 million, I hope you know that there are kidnappers inside. There are people that want to rape her inside. But I have to be responsible for them. What do? I try my best, my possible best, to ensure that their information are not exactly public. Yeah, you've seen our story, but you can't exactly reach her. Right? So you need to go through process, because we need to know what your intention is. So I'm responsible for the person, right? I'm responsible for myself, right? Because, as much as I have good intentions, as much as I want to support people and all, there are people who are out there that want to hurt you because of your good intentions, right? So, and that's why detachment really helps. When you have that kind of ability, detach from it. Like, don't make it be that's what you're all about. Don't let your life revolve around it. People will move on. I know I'm getting millions of views, but me, I've gone ahead. I've gone to a better place where I know that in the next 5 years we'll be doing more stuff, right? So I need to know how to handle it from now. So, and handling it is detaching from it. So that's what I have to say.
You mentioned 3 points, though. The first is being responsible for them, responsible for yourself, and the last one?
The kind of stories we tell, right? We need to know that okay, so let me put it this way for you, right? People trust me because there's a journey. They trust the stories that I tell. I mean, we've raised 15 million naira, 20 million naira for these people, right? And people are willing to drop more support, give more. But imagine them finding out that the story was a lie.
For what it is, how it is, and how it should be. And that's it.
That's a very good answer. I remember when storytelling, the word, became a buzzword in the creative space. Everybody's storytelling, tell your story, but we didn't really understand what that meant. And that just means being authentic. Use the skills that you have. You don't have to look all polished like your global counterparts to really tell the story on the continent. You have to share the reality, right? Yeah. Or do you have a counter to that?
But I have a bit of a counter to that because this is 2025. Stop telling story the cheap way. I beg. I'm advocating for that. Why?
So we should invest in more.
No, I keep saying it that the African creative space is going to break out. The breakthrough, the determining breakthrough for the African creative space is collaboration and partnership. Why do you want to do everything? Why? I don't need to buy the camera. Do you know how much? I think, was it yesterday? Yesterday, right? We're trying to get, like, I think Nicholas Z8 or something. It's about close to 5 million. How many people can comfortably buy 5 million, like pay for 5 million right now? But I know you have it. I have a story. I work with you. The problem is together, then you make this happen. That way, I mean, it's easy, and that's one of the model I use in my company. You can't catch what I call it, an ideator, being a social media manager for me. Why? And then you tell me the reason why it's so is because I have to make posts, I don't have the time to do this, or a creative director is being, or let's say, reduced into writing script. No. So we need to explore collaboration, partnership. The earlier we're able to start doing, and guess what? It shouldn't be collaboration and partnership from the higher level. You can start from your level and grow into that point. There was a time, because if you look at the pyramid of growth, there is so much, like a lot that is required up here. But down here, the options are many. But up here, the options are not many. So for the time being, leverage with everything you have here. And then when you get there, you can be like me who says no easily.
The power of collaboration. Okay, let's come back to the legend. So this month, the Continental Internet Exchange was launched. So it's like a new traffic system for our internet on the continent to be owned by us instead of routing through Europe or the US or Asia. So it depends on creators. What structures must be put in place so that we can compete globally, not just locally?
So for creators, the first thing that needs to be put in place is Nigeria to actually, the government itself, to put a system in place for them. Why did I say that is, many of the creators are actually their own federal governments. They provide their own internet, they provide their own power, they provide their own means of livelihood, right? So it will be a difficult thing for them to want to create for the continent, to to want to show off. Rather, they will want to sell, just to sell. They just want to sell. So make it easy for them. Let's create a system that will be easy for them to tell good stories about Africa. There are a lot of, one of the things that Africa is blessed with is raw and rich story. Our stories are raw and rich and yet untold. Millions of stories untold in Africa that you can actually use for brands to amplify their products, to amplify their service, yet untold story. And then the beautiful thing about us is the diversity. There are folklore in this tribe. There are 1,000,001 folklore in our. All of those are resourceful content that will actually enhance the quality of content that we see out there. But first, we need to ensure that the survival syndrome is not in the process of their creation. To survive, quality is going to be out of it. And in that place that we want to actually compete, they are talking about quality. Because they already have everything they need. It's in the US, it's in the UK that you want to talk about. They have everything they need in terms of pertaining to livelihood. Yeah, a content creator already have an idea, a good story, and you are driving home or going home, and you go home, there was no power. That's already a major issue, right? And then you finish up, and you wanted to upload. The internet is already dragging. You know that now. Can you respond? You know that, right? So it's frustrating. And what are we talking about? We are still talking about mining data. Less than 1 gig or less terabyte gig. We'll be talking about gigabytes, gigabyte in the nearest future. If clothes just to sell, dance just to sell, shake bomb bomb. Some people have been shaking bomb bomb since last year. They've not seen them yet. But that person has a very beautiful story to tell. Maybe the person that's really, for example, make them create quality content, not just to sell, but so that they will be able to tell the African story the right way.
Wow. A very good answer from the legend himself. Please, another round of applause. So we are coming to the end of this panel. My things are always short. We go straight to the point.
Accept the fact that government assistance, their future plans. Let's face reality now. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So my own final will be to push through against all odds, right? And then find yourself. Like they've already said earlier, find yourself. There's an identity inside of you. Stay for it. And then most importantly, you are creator. I don't know why you are not creating. Keep creating. Innovate, rethink, remodify, recycle, re-strategize, think. And then one of the things I will encourage you to do as a creative, being a creator, is embrace the power of creative thinking. That helps a lot. Before you even set up your camera, before you even set up your microphone or pick that pen, creatively think out that process. Like, think. The truth is, because of the part of the country we find ourselves, we really don't go through deep. Like what he said, virality is now, then legacy is deep. Let's try and make sure that we are deep. The reason is, it's going to stay longer. It will stay longer with you. And then at this age, now at least if you are fresh in your creative content process now, please encourage deep creative thinking process. It helps you. The moment it's part of you, you interpret ideas very fast. Interpret your idea very fast. So find 10 ways you want to express that singular ideas. Write them down. It helps your mind. It helps build your mind very well. So deliberately invest into creative thinking. Creative thinking eliminates errors because you've already shot all of those down while you are thinking it through. So invest more in yourself, create as much as you should, but make sure you create creatively and give it to your creative thinking ideas.
My last words were going to be, don't just consume, create, and you just do it from my head. Luckily for all of us, a Q&A session has been introduced. So if you have any questions, this is the way we are going to do it. Just raise up your hands, and then and please make sure that your question is specific and is directed towards a particular person. Okay, your hands needs to be higher. I can't see. Higher. Somebody has 2 hands in the air. That's my first person. Okay, we have one. Who has the extra mic? Okay, the host does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If your question is just repeating someone else's own, I'll skip you, please. Don't be angry at me. So you have 1 minute, 30 seconds to ask your questions. Direct it towards a particular panelist. Be very clear. And the panelist has just a minute to answer.
Okay, good afternoon, dear panelists. Thank you for this opportunity. My question is directed to you, Mr. Abiodun. When you said virality is, my name is Damlari.
Nice to meet you, Damlari.
Yeah, thank you. So when you said virality is speed and
Legacy is depth.
legacy is depth,
Yeah.
I want you to elaborate on that, because as a creative,
Yeah.
you're saying we should not focus on being viral, but try as much as possible to have them. But that doesn't apply to everything.
Okay.
So I want you to help me narrow it down. So for example, you're very good with the storytelling part.
All right.
And so there is legacy there because you are helping people. So people can always look back at what you've done and give you a thumbs up even when you are gone. God forbid. Okay.
I will still go eventually.
But for a person who is doing cake,
Yeah.
or someone who is just a
Exactly.
tailor, how can she convert or he convert her variety affinity for legacy with just sewing clothes and all that? And how can you narrow it down to the storytelling part as well? Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Damilare, what do you do? What do you do?
I'm a graphic designer. First.
All right, so let me be specific. Like, let me address you. Do you understand? So when I say virality is speed, I'm saying you are going to go viral now, right?
Yes.
And it's going to happen fast. But Damilare, are you on TikTok?
Currently, no.
Okay. Are you on Instagram?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever gone viral on Instagram?
No, not yet.
But you know friends that have gone viral on Instagram.
Yes.
After they go viral on Instagram,
Yeah.
let's say maybe 2 months down the line, what happens to their views, especially nowadays?
Okay, it drops.
It drops.
Yes.
It's very important because before it was not like this. But now the algorithm wants you to be a slave to the system. And that's why I'm saying you need to first detach. Detach in the sense that I'm not doing this so that the world can praise me. I am baking cake. Why? It's my business, but it's also my business because I love it. So whether people are seeing it or not, I will keep doing it. Then when they eventually see it, they will see that I love what I do.
Okay, so that letting people know that they see, making people see that you love what you do is the legacy.
That's the legacy, right? Because let's say now, right, you had 1 million views, right?
Yes.
What happens? What are you going to be remembered for in that video?
Okay.
That's why I tell people when you create with intention. Know what you are creating. Know the impression you are leaving. You can't create a video. Let's say you are selling cakes now, and you've been posting cakes, but cakes have not been going viral.
Yeah.
One day you now decided to your bum on the internet.
Okay.
That one will get 1 million views. Guess what? When you go back to posting cake, 0 views. And when they see you in person, the only thing they will remember is that you used to shake your bum. So the solution is this, right? Love what you do so well that you can research and stand out. That the world will have no other choice but to notice you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We don't have all the time in the world, so we'll take only 2 more questions. One from this aisle.
If there's a question for Precious, that person should go first. She has to leave very soon.
Okay, any question for Precious? Okay, we have...
And then the last question would be for...
Madam Precious, please choose who you want to ask you. We have a lot of people here. I don't want to be the one to do this service. The lady? Okay.
Hi. Thank you so much for this session. And my name is Juliet, and I came all the way from Kano just to be here. Yes.
For someone who has this, they're good at it, and I'll go for it. So for me, the entry point for me was photography. I started off as a photographer, but more of a director actually. Then I transitioned into a shooter. And then, it's been 4 years, 3 years. I've not really done that again. Why? I'm in the market. So now, I've been able to also rebrand everything into one pack. To some, I'm the plug-in. To some, I'm the bridge. To some, I'm the think tank. To some, I'm the engine. Do you understand? So when you get one, you conquer it, you use that.
Something to that. So as a creative also, you should have a way, once you know your entry points, you can also mix and match. A good example is someone I follow online. She knows how to cook, she loves cooking, she loves directing, she loves storytelling, and she loves horror movies. So what does she do? She makes cooking videos online. So the videos are very moody. It seems like you're in a horror movie, but she's cooking food. And the way she moves the camera is so beautiful. You can just say that, okay, this person is more. And she has found a beautiful way to combine it. And I believe that she got to that point through clarity and, again, knowing her entry points, which is cooking, and then expanding into other things.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We have one more question. Anybody with a question for Mr. Victor? I think Precious has taken one. The legend. Yes, the legend. Sorry. Mic coming through. Sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my question is, what systems can creators build to avoid survival syndrome? That is, creating only to survive instead of building lasting value. And how does one collaborate with someone that believes in ideas only from AI? Like, they lack creativity, but then you have so much vision to give, but then they can't see it.
The first one again. The last one, let me understand the last one again. So you have a collaborator that is driven by AI.
Yes, like, okay, you have a vision, like you already know what you want to do, you plan things out properly in your mind, but then you have a colleague or thereabouts that how he wants to work, he just believes that, okay, AI is in place, my creative thinking is out of the window, like I'm just going to use AI and keep going.
All right, great. So for the first one, the system is simple. You can't just waste effort anymore. Everything you do now as a young folks, especially in this part of the world, you have to be extremely strategic about it. So there's something my friend and I used to do. By the way, Fikayo is my friend. We are co-founder of so many apps. So we call it the long-term game. So if you know you're going to be a creator, if you want to be a content creator, right, create a system of saving. It is not every money that comes to your hand you want to use to ball every time. It is not every gear you need per time. Right? It is not every gear you need per time. There's one of our mentors, I don't know if it's going to be coming around, it teaches us in the process of billing how to pay. First, you that you are living, you have to foot yourself first, which is you need to keep yourself living. If you can ensure that you can feed and you can breathe, if that one is covered, then plan a long-term plan. Okay, I want to give myself a 1 month, a 2-month plan. I want to start recording. I want to start shooting. Right? Then you start publishing them out. Any funds, any money you have around that plan, keep. Be very studious to that plan. Many a time, lack of indiscipline comes in place. Dirty December is around the corner now. A lot of people have saved from the beginning of the year. They will break their piggy bank just to go and ball. And they will now say January is bad. It's not. Now you spend for December. So plan. Do you understand? You have to really, really plan, because no free money is coming from anywhere for you. So it is what you earn, you want to plan with it. So plan for it, and then give yourself a time duration for 1 month, for 2 months, 3 months, and be very dedicated to that plan. Even if you fail in any of those days, go back and sit again, and then before you know it, you will pick it up gradually. Do you understand? One thing about creative, and I will tell you this for free. Creativity and the creative industry itself wants to give you back. But you first want you to give yourself to it first. I've been practicing now for over 10 years. I started out I was a graphic designer. That's why I wanted to tell that guy. I started as a graphic designer, right? No one knew me. My first billboard job, I was in a cab at Beggar. And the guy said, this design, the person that did the design, they brought him from Lagos. And I was in the cab. Because the design was so good, I can't tell the guy that I did it. Because nothing to show for it yet. Do you understand? There's nothing to show for it. If I tell him that I did that design, he will look at me, no, you are lying. You just want to catch up on it. Yeah. It was all over in town. It was everywhere. I really didn't bother about the breakthrough. Yes, the job is out. And one thing about creative that you should know is, if you are good, and if your work is out, be in the cave. They will find you. Yes, that's why I always advocate for authenticity. Enhance your creativity so much that I started out when, people used to do printing then, that you put your imprint on your design. They discarded that, and I didn't do it. I did it for it was MTN in Lagos. And I printed by, I put my number. A large number of production, and they discarded it because I felt if I put it, whoever have access to this thing, they will call me immediately. Nah, for corporate work, it doesn't work like that. They don't care. You have paid you for your service, deliver our work. If we need to refer you, we will refer you. If you don't, do you understand? So, improve on your craft so much that virality will not be anything for you. You will just be very relevant. That's the cocoa, be relevant. When you are viral, you will only trend today. And tomorrow you are no more. But look at me here. I've transcended generation. I started design 2009. I'm still very much relevant. And my protege is Omowin, which is the convener of this. I trained him, right? So be very, very intentional about your crafts. Be very good. Make sure you are that good. Do you understand? And long-term game. Then for your guy that loves AI, collaborate.
That? Yes. That? Yes.
Hi, okay. So it's So it's Wally the Legend. Just Google now, you will see Wally the Legend. Just Google now, you will see Wally the Legend. Then you can follow all my social media and go on that. Wally the Legend. So I belong to the Creative Hangouts with Wally the Legend. It's a community on Wally the Legend. It's a community on IG. We also meet once in a while to bring experts that have gone ahead in the creative industry to help us better. So search, you can type on your Google now, even your AI know me, because I did use them. So ask them, who is Wally? DE, by the way, DE then legend. D Wally. DE, by the way, DE then legend. DE then legend. E then legend. Thank you.
Precious, like precious _ WMM, but not MM, but like precious _ WMM. We're good?
All right, OECD creator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amojita?
I'm more of a LinkedIn person, so you can find me on LinkedIn, Mayowa Kolawole.
Okay, we'll take a group photograph now before we leave with our amazing panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for them. Jam your hands together for them. Did you not enjoy that session? That was a power-packed. In fact, I think I want to join this group photograph. All the cameras. Who? Say cheese. Again, ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for this amazing panelist. It's Maiwa, the legend, Precious, and Owe, the creator himself. Jam your hands together for them as they take your seats. I absolutely love that session. Powerful. Very, very impactful. Thank you, gentlemen. So strong. Yes, as I was saying, absolutely very impactful session. I thoroughly enjoyed every bit of it. To be honest, it's always a pleasure to hear creatives talk, you know. At the start of the event, I said that we are in the presence of creative excellence, and I'm sure you see why I said that. I also said that the organizers and the brains that have put together this event have cooked, and you have come here to feast. And you can see, I'm sure you're feasting, right? With the knowledge that has come out of stage, I'm sure you're feasting. So ladies and gentlemen, again, please jam your hands together for our panelists as many of them take their lead. A lot of conversation about storytelling, highlighting the important responsibility that we have as creators. The role we play in the digital economy in Africa, very important. We are not just dancing on TikTok. We are telling stories. And I love how they highlighted storytelling a lot, because I think, personally, I think I want to tell a I want to tell a story myself. I think sometime this year I said, I think I'm going to start creating content, you know. Everybody's doing it. Man, I mean, if Otetola is dancing on TikTok, Tony Elumelu is dancing on TikTok, who am I? I mean, like, so I said, I'm going to engage. I'm going to try. I'm going to start putting out content, my own stuff. And the first couple of videos I did, crickets. No likes, no views. I was wondering, I used to think I was a fine boy or something. At least people should like now or something. Like, why are people not engaging me? It took a while. And I came to discover that, you know, it's easier to get engaged than to get engagements. You know, before you struggle with so much, you have to do a lot to ensure that those engagements come in. And it's important that we attend conferences like this and are properly guided with why we are doing what we are doing. It's not just about going viral, as our panelists said. It's not just about putting out the next big thing. It's about creating a legacy with it. And that is what is most important. Thoroughly enjoy myself. A good story, as they popularly say, is like a good story, as I think I heard this somewhere, that one of the importances of a good story is that a good story is like a good Wi-Fi. Can we tell the similarity between a good story and a good Wi-Fi? Can anybody do that? So the similarity between a good story and a good Wi-Fi is that they both connect. Do you agree with me? Should I take that again? Or did you guys get it? I mean, you're creators, you should get it now. So yes, so it's important that we go forward from here and tell good stories, ensuring that we connect to our audience. It's not just the performance. We're creating a connection with the stories we tell. And our panelists have ensured that they did that. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us further, we have a performance by one of the most amazing creators you will find around the block. I think this performance is something that is going to bring a significant level of entertainment and spice to our event. So, if your hands are not too busy, please. Okay, yes. If your hands are not too busy, forgive me for that. Please jam your hands together for the amazing Zoe Quiver for her rendition. She makes it to the stage. Please keep clapping as she finds her way here. Zoe, you're most welcome, madam.
Silence. It clear say una never hear us well. When Nigerian speaks, the earth must listen. For we are not the Goliath of Africa, empty vessels making the loudest noise. For we are the giant of Africa. For we are the David of Africa, an answer to the nation's cry. We, our hearts beat. The tomato paste that makes the jollof slaps. We are the marketplace of ideas. We rise from blackout nights to light up the continent. We rise from blackout nights to light up the continent. From Ojo Elegba's Ozu to the Forbes list. From the oil rigs of worry to the runways of Abba fashion. The future is under construction and we are the architects. The future is under construction and we are the architects. Nigeria know they carry last. Even when the world thinks we're running late, we show up, change the game. We do daring things, we dare to be different. We gather as one, linking minds like Third Mainland Bridge, strong, stretched wide, and carrying dreams. Our streets are loud, but our spirits louder. Our streets are loud, but our spirits louder. From Kano to the creeks of Niger deltas. Innovations moving like downfall buses, colorful, chaotic, and unstoppable. So let them watch. Let them wonder what is booming in the Lagos traffic. Let them wonder how we keep creating content out of chaos. How we keep making the message out of the mess. And how we keep dancing in the rain. Not because we get 3 squared, but because we 2 square the little joy that we find. And multiply it. And turn it into a foe for tomorrow. And has to remain Zoe Quiver. Thank you.
Jam your hands together again for Zoe Quiver. Zoe, that was an absolutely brilliant rendition. Thank you so much for that one. I loved it. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. Thank you again, Zoe. I had to remind her that your performance was so good. We'll look for a way to pay you, you know, and just get everybody to contribute. But yes, so to a reminder, it is the African Creators Conference 2025. Our hashtag African Creators Conference 2025. Please feel free to drop excerpts of the conversations that have happened on here, take pictures, and use the hashtags across all your social media platforms. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. If you think today was great, if you think today was good, you have no idea what we have arranged tomorrow. It's going to be super, super exciting, even way more exciting than today. The hashtags, as I said, African Creators Conference 2025, hashtag ACC 2025. A little birdie told me while I was, doing my thing, that we have giveaways, and I wanted to just show you guys a little bit of it. So you guys will sit back, relax. We have about 25 vouchers from G Burger Restaurant, and I'm sure these are very interesting vouchers. And I'm sure you want to sit back and relax and partake in what we have lined up to ensure that you go home with one of this. But before we do that, we've had a lot of conversation, to be honest. A lot of people have said a lot of powerful things, and it's time for us to do one of my favorite things at any event. It's time to admonish you. A lot of you came in here with the intention, knowing that you get the opportunity to network about this. And some of you wrote scripts down from your houses and said when you interact with people here, you blurt that exact script out. Please, people will know that it's a script and they will not feel comfortable. So I want you, as you head into the networking session, let it be natural. Let it flow. Communicate like you are in charge, like you are interested in knowing what the other person you are talking to at the other end has to say. Talk about the events. Talk about what happens beyond here. You can talk to me about tomorrow, and maybe I can tell you what we have packed. But I don't think I will because it's a surprise we're cooking. So yes, we're stepping into the networking phase of the event. We'll be doing this for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we want you guys to interact with one another. We want you guys to get to know each other, ask questions, Talk about the events. Just, I'm seeing a lot of beautiful faces that I'll be talking to. And handsome faces, because I'm sure I said beautiful and you are already thinking of me in some kind of way. So yes, I'll be interacting with a couple faces, and I'm also available for interaction. So ladies and gentlemen, we're taking the next 15 minutes. We're taking a break, so please, do well to talk to one another. Network, network, network. our sponsors and those who will be sponsoring us going forward. It's the African Creators Conference. It's the maiden edition. It has been amazing. I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors because some sponsors have already booked us for the next season. So to KNX, to Afrexim Bank, to ECOWAS, we want to say a big thank you. And we're looking forward to the African Creators Conference 2026. So our sponsors play a big role in ensuring that what we do here works. As you know, it's not the end of the event. It's just an important moment to say thank you to the partners and sponsors that contribute financially and materially to happen. So again, to KNX, to Afrexim Bank, to ECOWAS, we're looking forward to what the future holds. As you can see on the screens, there's so much to be excited about. It's double the excitement. Powered by Africa. African Creators Conference Abuja 2026.
Hello, sound. Hello, sound. So, can I also have your attention, please? So, I just want to state that we are already working on 2026. So, 2026 is going to be sponsored by the ECOWAS and supported by the canons of Afrexim Bank. So, whatever we are doing now is just a little of what we are going to achieve in 2026. So the theme for 2026 is the Powered Africa. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we get back into our seats. It has been an interesting networking session. I'd say we give 3 minutes to wrap up the conversations. I'm going to give 3 minutes to wrap up the conversations. This is where you start collecting contacts, exchanging numbers, and exchanging social media handles to follow up the conversation. In 3 minutes, we'll be back at it, like we never left. Sound, it's your floor. Network. Remember, the conversation across social media platforms is hashtag African Creators Conference 2025, hashtag ACC 2025. So while you make your posts, while you post those beautiful pictures that you have taken, and you post excerpts of those amazing conversations that you've had, please do well to include the hashtag in your posts so that we can keep up with the trend and ensure that the work that we have done here so far is not ignored. To all our guests outside the hall, please do well to make your way back inside the hall and take your seats. In the next 1 minute, we're back to business like we never left. So if you're outside the premises, please do well to make your way back in and occupy your seats. Ushers, please do well to inform our guests outside that we are back to business right about now, so they should make their way back to their seats. And please do well to usher them back to their seats. I see all your elegant looking outfits. I see you all looking amazing. I see you all looking creative. Indeed, there's no better way to spend a Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the African Creators Conference 2025. If you're outside, you're already going against protocol. I think the networking session has lasted for way more than 15 minutes now. So please do well to make it back to your seats as we step into the next phase of our program. So if you're outside, please do well to make it back to your seats. And if you're in the hall and you're standing, else you want to take my job, which I will not allow, please admonish that you sit down. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the African Creators Conference 2025, proudly put together by the brand Brandek in collaboration with a host of our partners and sponsors. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself so far. Good. For a minute there, I thought it was all of us that were anchoring the event. So I see that we are still in our networking spirits. I admonish that we get back into event mode. We have quite a number of programs to run through before we leave. So please, I really appreciate if we get back. And a lot of people are still coming in. So please do well to take your seats as quickly as possible. We have a lot, still quite a number of things planned out before we wrap up today. Also, as we said earlier, tomorrow is even, if you think today was great, tomorrow, we have so much in stock tomorrow. So I want to see you here same time tomorrow. And I can guarantee you that if you think that today, the speakers that we had did an amazing job, wait till you see what we have planned together for tomorrow. Tomorrow, definitely is going to be worth your time. So I'll still be looking forward to seeing you guys here. To get back into program, quick one, as I have said earlier, the hashtags across social media, it's African Creators Conference 2025, ACC 2025. And I think I introduced myself earlier, but a lot of people came in later, so you might not know this random guy trying to address you. My name is Epic, and so far it has been my absolute pleasure taking you through this arrangement, navigating this event so far. I have had an epic, explosive time, nothing short of it. The renditions that have come forth have been amazing, and even more planned forward, and even more planned on to get to. Yes. We have a lot of scanty seats at the center, right? I don't know if they are coming back. I want to believe that some people have left, unfortunately for them, because we have so much in stock. So I really appreciate if some of us at the end can occupy the seats in the center. It was something we did earlier, right? It helps our media team capture the event more accurately because our cameras do not move with the speed of light. So if we can move and occupy the spaces, some of us at the side or on the side on the other aisle, if we can move and occupy the spaces at the center, so it helps our media team to get a better visual of this entire gathering. We genuinely appreciate it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the African Creators Conference. As we do that, I'm going to call on our next rendition. Now, this is put together by one of our brand partners, our guys at Holy Land. It promises to be nothing short of a powerfully engaging and educative session. It is put together by the guys at Holy Land, and they're going to be taking us through a session of an amazing opportunity to learn. So, I think I've said a lot, right? Let me allow the guys at Holy Land take over from here. So, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in your seated positions, please jam your hands together for Olarewaju Tolu as he takes us through the next session. Yes. Keep clapping, keep clapping. He makes his way here rapidly.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, we are creatives now. Let's have some hype. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Olarewaju Tolu. I am the brand partner with Oliland Technology. And most of us have come across Oliland. Maybe wireless microphones. In your churches, you're using it as your wireless transmitter. Currently, the media team right now are using it. And I just want to do some brief introduction. And we move to our masterclass. So we're running a tour, Oliland Academy University, Oliland Workshop Tour, which is happening in Abuja, Lagos, and it's going to be happening in Ogun State. So, but we're starting with Abuja, then moving on to Lagos. The next slide, please. All right, so we'll just run through what Oliland is. So for those of you, can you see from there? So why don't you come here so that we can have that perfect blend of everyone. Thank you very much. All right, so Holy Land is a fast-growing wireless technology, which I know most of us have seen. And since 2013, the brand has been grown to be recognized as a leading provider for premium wireless products. And now, this is our mission to make shooting infinitely easier. I mean, super easy. The vision is to lead the industry development and become what? A respected enterprise. Now, we actually have our values, and that is what has helped us over the time. First is our customer-centric value, our diligence, our innovation and professionalism, our openness, our trust, and our sharing. Now, Oliland began, and it was founded in Shenzhen, China. And from there, we started our first wireless transmitter, the Cosmo 1000. We moved on to Cosmo 400. We were recognized in NAB, that's one of the top brand showcased in NAB and also IBC exhibition. Now, we've had global branding, and I'm very sure that most of us here have come across it one way or the other. So, and we have our global branding. We also have our light video transmission. And yes, part of the lightweight video transmission, this is the Pyro H. I mean, seamless, instead of having to run wires around your churches or even any event, you can just plug this on your camera and have this run to the other feed. We also have one of the highest market share, and also we have our pocket size. This is the first wireless microphone, the LAP 150. Then the next, we have one of the highest ultra-low latency H4. So this has to do with video transmission where you don't have so much lag while you're doing your video transmission. We have that available. Also, we are globally recognized. And as at last year, we celebrated our 10th anniversary. Yes, thank you very much. So And we have over 1,000 plus employee. And like I said before, I'm a brand partner here in Nigeria. So basically, my role here is to assist in the academy. So we run training academy from video production to content creation to live video production and also sound production too. So we have over 1,000 employees. We have offices in Beijing, China, Wuhan, China, Hangzhou, China, California, US, Munich, Germany. We also have in other offices, which is not here. All right. Now, this has been our patent. We have the HVO, we have the ENC, that's the environmental noise cancellation, which you will definitely find. It's very rare you get it. So we have one of the environmental noise cancellation technology and also the HVO technology. Now, this has been our global reseller. We have in North America, we have in South America, we have in Europe, we have in Asia Pacific, and we also have in other 50 countries. Now, this is our global exhibition. Next one. All right. So this has been our global highlights. We've had from 2020, we had 1 million down to 2023, where currently we have over 300 million right now in 2025. Next one. So this has been our CSR project. So this is our list of our mics right now. The next one. Thank you. All right, so this is our product application. The way every of our product works, it works in various solutions. So when you're shooting your video, definitely you'll make use of Holy Land product. When you're running the next, sorry. Please, can you go back? Thank you. Yeah. So when you're running your gun show, you're teaching people about what you do. Online education, location shooting, you're shooting a documentary, you definitely make use of it. You're running an interview, TV interview, you have a news media, you definitely make use of it. You're having music video. Sorry, there are other things here, so let's go to the next slide because of time. All right, the next one. Next. All right, so this is our ecosystem, the way our workflow works with. We have our video lights, we have our performer, we have the LAC 150, so we have the gaffer. So you're working with your intercom system. That's a Solidcom intercom system, and the makeup artist. So you're able to communicate seamlessly. There's no need to have to send someone to, go and get this person. With the communication system, you can easily communicate. Also, we also have a performer who make use of the LAC 150, that's our wireless microphone. We have the camera, and we have the wireless transmitter. Next slide. The next one. All right, so the next one. All right, so we have our Mass 400K, the Mass 4K, the Cosmos C1, and this is our wireless monitor, the Mass M1. This is our intercom system. We have the Solidcom C1 Pro. This is one of the most amazing wireless, so you don't even need to stress yourself having to run. The next one is Solidcom M1. Then this is our wireless microphone, one of our star products. The next one, this is our LAC M2. How many of us have come across this mic one way or the other? I'm seeing few hands. How many of us? The LAC M2. So, the next one. This is the LAC Max. Currently, we have the LAC Max 2, which is not here, but probably if you're able to attend or follow the Holy Land MEE, you'll be able to get across it. The next one, LAC C1, and the LAC M1. Now, this is our camera solution. We also have our camera solution too available. And this is the Venus V1. We have currently the new one, the Venus Air. Very, very portable. So if you're into live streaming, you do content creation, this is a super camera for you. Now, this is the Venus Live. And if you look at this side on the table here, you will see most of the product there. That's the Venus Live there. And these are our supports in case you want to reach out. I'm also available in case you need one of the mics too. And you can scan this QR code to follow. All right, thank you very much. So, like I said, this is a tour, and we have an interesting section. And most of us, if you come across the program, you also come across the Holy Land Academy tour. And we have some amazing person here, and I want you to put a round of applause once I start calling them. We have in person,
Please, as I'm speaking, please, I need a round of applause. In person of Okpe Andy, is also known as Director Okpe on Instagram, is a lawyer and a filmmaker whose work bridges the world of law and creativity with a strong focus on entertainment law, is passionate about protecting and empowering creatives while also telling stories through film that inspire and uplift beyond the culture. Andy is an innovative filmmaker and content creator known for practical tutorials on filmmaking and video editing, as well as his work on documentary that captures the spirit of everyday Nigeria. His journey reflects a commitment to excellence, creativity, and advocacy, making him a voice for both justice and storytelling. There's one thing I like about him. He will say, gather your village people. Please make welcome Okpe Andy as he comes for the masterclass. Thank you very much. So before this is a practical section, and I want us to pay attention. If you want to be a muse or you want to be on the stage so that they can use it for the practical section, I need a volunteer who's willing to go for that. Any volunteer? All right. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's all right, please move it so that I will not feel like pastor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here. So I want to say thank you to Holy Land and thank you to the organizers of the African Creators Conference, rather. Thank you so much. I was just talking with someone just behind a couple of minutes ago, and we're talking about how conferences like this are very important to creators, not only for networking, but for us to be able to rub minds, grow together, because the industry is becoming bigger, it's becoming broader, it's becoming wider. So the need for this becomes more expansive, more extensive. So thank you so much for this platform. I cannot say gather your village people here now, just in videos. So we're going to get right into it. We're going to do a practical masterclass session where I'm going to show you a couple of things in filmmaking, both for documentary style filmmaking and general content creation. And at the end of the masterclass, it is my hope that perhaps a couple of things that were mythical or mysterious to you would be a lot clearer when we are done. Okay? Now, by way of starting, I want to establish that the most important thing or the most important element in filmmaking is story. That's a no-brainer. There is no film without a story. Every film, be it a feature film, a documentary film, whatever it is derived from a story. So the most important element to filmmaking is story. But filmmaking is broken into different branches. There are different areas and departments in filmmaking. And in those departments, you have the cinematography department, you have the makeup, you have the set design, you have the script. So many departments in the filmmaking industry. But today we're going to focus primarily on cinematography. Now in cinematography, what a lot of us in this part of the world confuse for cameraman, right? A lot of us here think that a cinematographer is a cameraman, which is not so. But it is largely because the cinematographer handles everything that has to do with the visual components of the film. Anything at all that has to do with the visual output, the visual outlay of the film is the job of the cinematographer. So it becomes kind of tricky to separate the cinematographer from the camera, but they are two different things. So when you see a film and you see DOP, same as cameraman. As a matter of fact, most DOPs and most professional directors of photography and cinematographers don't even touch the camera. They don't handle the camera. So what do? they make sure all of the elements, intricate elements to telling the visual story of the film is in order. So the cinematographer works with the set designer to put the set in order. He works with the gaffer to make sure the lights are right. He works with every other single department within the production crew that is responsible for the visual storytelling of the film. Okay? Now, the most important element in cinematography, which I'm going to share with you before we get into the practical, I'm going to share it because in this room here are content creators, I believe. In this room, we have people who create content with their phones, with cameras and whatnot. You may be a smartphone videographer, you capture events, you have clients that you work with and all of that. Now, whilst you might not be fully a cinematographer, you handle the camera. So it becomes important for you to learn how the camera works, the intricacies of the camera to help uplift your work as a videographer generally. Now, what is the most important element in cinematography? The most important element in cinematography is light. Now, at first glance, you might think that the most important element in cinematography is the camera, right? But it is not. So, I get this a lot of the times when I consult for content creators and companies. A lot of the times when they come to me, what they first ask is, what camera should we buy? The camera our media guys are using are not so good. The pictures, the videos are not coming out so good. So tell us, what cameras should we buy for it to be better? And I often would tell them that if I recommend a camera for you and you give it to those same people, you'll come back to me again to ask for a higher camera to give to those same people again. And they'll still give you the same result. The simple reason for that is the camera is not the most important element in cinematography. Light is the most important element. So what it means is, a person who has mastered lighting can film with an iPhone X and get better results than someone who has not mastered lighting that's filming with a Sony FX3. I can tell you that with full confidence. But why is light so important? See, to understand technology, you first have to understand where technology is derived from. Every single piece of technology you see around the world today is drawn from nature. The design of the airplane looks like what? The bird. The design of submarine, like whales in the ocean. Every single piece of technology you see is drawn out of nature. So what is the camera drawn out of? The camera is drawn out of your eyes. So how does your eyes work? Technically, you are blind. You can't see. Your eyes do not see. As I'm standing here now, your eyes are not seeing me. Your eyes can only see light. But your eyes work with your brain to interpret that light into an image. So it means, therefore, that your eyes can be as open as anything in this world and you will not be able to see. That's why you can see some persons that are blind. You see their pupil, you see their eyes. It's open, sharp, but they can't see because there's a disconnect. So the camera only sees light. But in the camera, there's something called an image. There's, first of all, the image sensor. Then there's also what is called the image processor. Now, the image sensor gets the light, transmits that light to the image processor. Then the image processor creates the image. So the image is not what the camera sees. The image is what the camera produces with what you give it, what it sees. So the image is only an end product. It therefore means that if you miss it with lighting, you have already missed your picture or your video. It's already gone. No matter the quality of camera you're working with. If you give an Arri Alexa, it's extremely expensive. If you give an Arri Alexa to someone who doesn't know lighting to film, and he films, he will film rubbish. So even as a content creator, you need to master light. And when we talk about lighting, we're not talking about turning on light and making everywhere bright. Lighting is an art. Lighting is so much an art that a particular lighting technique was named after a famous artist, Rembrandt. So it's an art form. The reason why when you turn on that your ring light, your video still look bad, is not essentially because the ring light is bad, it's because you've not mastered lighting. And it's not for you to change phone. I know some of you are already feeling like, this is my iPhone 16, this 17 that just came out now. If only I can just buy it. Nobody's video in this internet will reach me. Go and buy it first. When you buy it, you'll be waiting for the next one. So lighting is crucial, even as a content creator. And one of the content creators I like to watch the most is Disney. Simply because of what he does with lights. Whilst every other person will just carry phone and shoot whatever they want with their content and whatnot, Disney is deliberate with his lighting. And you see the difference in the quality of what he produces. I know he might not be as big as Sabinus, but he has better quality than Sabinus. No shades, but it's a fact. As a creator, if you're a filmmaker or whatnot, you understand what I'm talking about. The quality of what he produces is better. So my job today is first to show you a couple of things about lighting that you can implement in your work as a creator that can help you. A couple of things here and there that you can implement. With minimalistic lighting, no, forget this, even this soft box is a cheap one. I deliberately brought this because if I bring Aperture now, content creators, you start shouting when you hear price of Aperture and all of that. But these are minimalistic lights that you can easily access and work with. So, who is volunteering first? You've not gotten that volunteer, have you? Okay. We have a small challenge. I would have loved for it to be projected on the screen for you guys to see. But since we don't have that, we're going to work with what we have. Okay? Now, whilst our volunteer is coming up, I would like to touch on a couple other things before we get into it. Just come here, get me a chair for her to sit down and relax. She'll do the class with me. So I don't know if you can also move this. Yep. I hope everybody will be able to see her. Oh, thank you. So, like I said, lighting is an art. Those of you that are around here now, you will now be stretching to see. Okay, we'll just manage. Like I said, lighting is an art. So you don't just spread light. You don't just turn on your light and expect that it's going to give you good quality. There are a couple of things you have to consider when you're lighting a subject. And these things are basically widely known as lighting techniques. Photographers and videographers know it. It's a no-brainer. It's nothing really too complex or too serious. And if you know it as a content creator, it's game on for you. So, the most popular lighting technique, which is what we're going to show now, what I'm going to show you right now, the most popular lighting technique everybody knows, 3-point lighting. If you've not heard it before, you're hearing it now. 3-point lighting. And just as the name is, 3-point lighting is a lighting technique that uses 3 lights. So you'll be asking yourself, how can you be using 3 lights to light just one person? With the light not overshadow, what kind of lighting is that? Is it not too much? I tell you, it's even small. I promise you, it's small. But the most general lighting technique is 3-point lighting. So the first light of the tree is your key light. Your key light is your main light. And it is the light usually with the highest intensity. The other lights are not to be as bright as the key light. So you have your key light. Now, lighting, the different lighting techniques are defined by the positioning of the light. That's just what defines the different lighting techniques, the positioning of the light. So, for the 3-point lighting, you have your key light. Now, the key light is not positioned directly in front of your subject, because some of you creators, I know that's how you create your videos. You just turn on your light, stand in front of the light with your camera, and you zoom in, push, okay? Now, whilst that is also a lighting technique, that lighting technique is called flat lighting. But the problem with the flat lighting technique is this. The flat lighting technique is produces a one-dimensional image. So it's flat, there is no drama, there's nothing at all, it's just there. Whilst the 3-point lighting produces a 3-dimensional image, it creates a separation between the highlights and the shadows, that's one. And then it creates a separation between the subject and the background. So the subject is distinct from the background. Okay, and I'm going to show you how all of that works now. So your key light is positioned not directly in front of your subject, but at a 45-degree angle, slightly to the left or to the right, depending on what you want. That one is your choice. So to the left or to the right of your subject. Now, the light is supposed to be above the eye line of your subject. What's the eye line of your subject? The eye. That's just what eye line is. So you push the light a little above the eye line of your subject, and then you tilt it downwards towards your subject. Help me raise this just a little more. Yeah, that's okay. Good. Then tilt. So I think of all of these lights, the only one that is expensive small is this one. It's not that expensive, but it's just small. I don't know, but it's small. This one is less than 50K. This one. The back, this one too, turn it off first. This one too is less than 50K. Yeah, it is. Except you are buying from somewhere where they are cutting your neck. Let me not mention names. Anyways, I don't know if we can take this light out so that the impact of what we're doing can be seen. Can we? Perfect. Now, the intensity of this light is at 50%. I don't like to crank it up too much so that you don't lose the softness of the light on your subject. If it becomes too intense, you lose the softness. Now, when you position the light to the side of your subject, what that invariably does is it creates a separation on the face of your subject. One side will be brighter than the other side. So on this side, you see she's well lit. But on this side, you see shadow. Right? There's some shadow here. That's already a 2-dimensional image. There's a fade, a blend between the highlights and the shadows on her face, which creates some kind of drama already in your video. Okay? Now, these things you're learning here today, I would advise when you get home, even if you don't have big lights, the small ones you have, try to use them, put them together to practice it. You see how much better your videos will become. So, there is shadow on this side of her face, and this side is well lit, right? Now, that takes us to the next light that is called the fill light. Fill, fill light. The job of the fill light is to fill some light, soft light, on this side of her face that is dark. Because what we are trying to achieve is not that we're trying to make this place completely dark. We're only trying to create contrast, a fade between the bright point and the dark point on her face. So what we need to do now is to give some light to this side of the face, but it should be very little and soft, so that It should be very soft. And the reason for that is we don't lose completely. We want it to remain there, but we don't want the camera to think, oh, this place is completely dark. Because when you now go into your editing software, maybe you want to color grade and whatnot, all that the software will be seeing is darkness here. So to avoid that, we're going to give her some light on this side. But it has to be very soft on this side. Now, what that does is, this place is not yet as bright as this point yet. It's still a bit dark, but it is properly blended with the brighter point of her face. Are you getting me? I hope so. Now we have somewhat of a two-dimensional image. You can stop here if you want to, but if you want to take it a step further, you can now turn on a backlight. Now the backlight is positioned two ways. You can position the backlight directly behind your subject if the subject is big enough to hide the light. If your subject is high and you put backlight behind your subject, if the subject shifts head, the camera will see the light and then it will become... So you use the backlight directly behind your subject if the subject is going to be able to cover the light. Another option is to position your backlight above your subject, just the way these lights are positioned now, for example. They can be directed in such a way that they will cast light behind her. Now, when I turn on the backlight, what you're going to notice, the backlight is also called hair light, especially for ladies. When you make videos, those of you with flowing hair and all of that, when you make videos, if you don't use a backlight, your hair submerges into the background. It is not distinct. It submerges into the background. For example, like this now. Aside these lights that are casting small lights, these are mobile lights now that are casting lights here. Even though we say they should help us off it. But then again, let's just go. So, aside that, you will see that her hair is not really standing out. There is no outline. There is no separation between her and her background just yet. When we turn on the backlight, you see what it creates behind her. Now, so behind her now, if you position it in a way that it is not seen, what you see is, you see an outline on her side, from her hair downwards, all the way around her, creating a distinct separation between her and the background. Whatever you decide to do in the background, let's say you decide to add a background light, or you decide to add any other thing in the background, what happens now is that the camera is able to understand that this person is different from the background. So you've created a three-dimensional image. Now, these are little things. They're things that, unless you are shown, you might not really be able to notice. But they add quality to the image. Now, imagine if all we did was, we turn all of these off, and then all we had was light just casting on her face. You have nothing really dramatic. There's nothing really telling a story in the lighting. Right? Now, that is 3-point lighting. There are other dramatic lighting techniques that you can try, especially if you make videos that tell stories. You see, just like I said before, lighting is an art. It communicates, it tells the story. Every lighting technique has its purpose. It's not just there for being there. So when you see a movie, you see that lighting is different for each scene. They don't just light flat. They use different lighting techniques. When someone is sad, when someone is lonely and feeling downcast, there's a certain kind of lighting technique that pushes that story and subconsciously communicates the emotion of that moment to you, the audience. So now, there's another dramatic lighting technique called the split lighting. So for those of you who tell stories, it's a very dramatic lighting technique. Maybe your content is story related. You can use it. Let's say, for example, you're telling a suspense-filled story, a story that is intense and whatnot. you use this kind of lighting technique. And just like I said before, lighting is about, the different lighting technique is just about moving the light around. So how do you achieve split lighting? You just move the light, your key light especially. And split lighting is a lighting technique that divides your subject completely into two, right in the middle. So if I move this light to the side, you continue to move it if you've not yet mastered it, of course. You move it until you get a perfect, just look forward, separation. See, right at the middle here, you see a separation. This side is completely dark. This side is dark. This side is bright. Now, if you capture a video with this, maybe a storytelling video, something that is intense and whatnot, it communicates the emotion of the story more than when you use flat lighting. So this is split light. And of course, I know a lot of you already know silhouette lighting. Oh, you have forgotten, put your hand on my shoulder. You are pretending now. You are pretending. So that one, we have all learned it. We learned it by force. Abi? You don't know it? Okay. So silhouette lighting is a lighting technique where you shoot against the light. Now, all these other ones, the light is in front or on the side of the subject. With silhouette lighting, for example, we place the light behind the subject, facing the camera. But it doesn't end there. To achieve it at maximum capacity, you have to now go into your exposure in your camera. Drop down your exposure. Drop your ISO, your shutter speed, your aperture, depending if you're using a camera. But if you're not using a camera, if you're using iPhone and you're not using a third-party camera app, just that slider, that line, just draw it down. Now you draw it down until all you can see is the outline of your subject. Then you've achieved silhouette lighting. It's very, very simple. Okay, so before I leave, I would like to recommend something, because a lot of you content creators, you film your contents by yourself, right? Some of you, you turn on your camera, you film, and then you shoot by yourself, nobody with you. Now, it becomes imperative that you use gadgets that help you minimize time. So you're not wasting your time reshooting and reshooting because you didn't frame properly. That's where things like monitors come in. You get a small monitor that you can work with, and with a monitor you can get maybe a transmitter like what he talked about, the transmitters he mentioned, the Holy Land transmitters and whatnot. I have a set of them, but that's basically because I do bigger productions and whatnot. But even for your personal productions, if you have a monitor, you have your camera positioned, your monitor can face you, and you can see exactly what your camera is seeing with ease. The only other option to having that is if you have, maybe if you're using an iPhone and you have an iWatch, you can check, you can preview your shot from the watch whilst you're seated. But it's imperative, right, that you invest in getting the right gadgets that can help you. You mustn't get a camera if you're a content creator. I even advise, you're a content creator, why are you looking for 2 million naira to go and buy a camera? What are you using it for? Unless you are a filmmaker, you're invested in filmmaking. Even as a filmmaker, there are equipments I don't buy, I would rather rent. Because it's of more value for me to rent. So, but there are certain things that if you're using certain kinds of gadgets, you get those accessories to assist you in your content creation. Say you're using your phone. Get the necessary gadgets, the necessary accessories here and there that will enhance that phone. Instead of spending that money to buy a camera, invest that money in light, invest that money in getting accessories here and there that you put together, work with your phone, and it will give you maximum utility, maximum value. This is a very short masterclass. There's very little we can cover here, but I'm excited that we're able to just do this little one here, and I hope that you can practice it. Go online, check some other stuff, learn, and just continue to create. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. She's our MVP. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please jam your hands together for Mr. Okwe Andy. I'm a big fan, by the way. I follow him on TikTok. I don't know why he did not say gather your village people. He says that a lot. But yes, thank you so much for that one. Jam your hands together again for Mr. Okwe Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are still live at the African Creators Conference 2025. And to be honest, we've learned a lot. You guys would agree with me. We've done a lot of learning. We've heard a lot of people come on here and give amazing renditions. We've had 2 panel sessions. We just had a masterclass on cinematography and videography. Now it's time to do a little bit of a giveaway, and I have 2 quick questions. Or should I start with 1? Because we are kind of behind schedule and we want to quickly speed things up. We have vouchers, as I said earlier, from our amazing friends at G Burger. From our amazing friends at G Burger. And this particular voucher is one that I'm genuinely excited about. So, I mean, we have 2 kinds, but I'm giving out this one to anybody who answers my question. And my question is pretty simple. It's something related definitely to the event so far. And if you can answer it, there's a time limit to it, so I need somebody to answer it in the next 30 seconds. And my question is this. Can you give me the name of every panelist member in the first panel session? You have 30 seconds. Anybody? The name of every panelist member in the first panel session. If you get that correctly, you stand the chance to win this. You have 30 seconds and your time is counted. Anybody? Okay, I see a hand raised up there. Yes, I'm coming to you. Yes, okay, good. Don't worry.
The names are Dr. Aristotle, Mr. Fikayo, and Mr. Nate Juniors. Mr. Nate Genius.
Mr. Nate Genius.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for her. This is yours. Come and take this. She has just won herself 1 burger, fries, and 1 pop drink from our partners, G Burger. Ladies and gentlemen, please jam your hands together for her. You can redeem this at any G Burger venue that you go into. Just walk in, show them this, and you get yourself a meal. What's your name?
Precious Quit Jonah.
Precious, congratulations. We still have a lot of that to give away, so guys, sit back, relax. But before we go into all of that, our next session is a fireside chat. One that I have particularly looked forward to, because it's a very, very important conversation about brand longevity. And I will not do all the talking. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us through this session, please jam your hands together for the amazing Efia Philip as he makes his way to the stage. Please jam your hands together. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Mr. Efia is very well prepared. He already came with his mic. Thank you. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, hello and good afternoon, everybody. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I'm so pleased to actually be here with us. And then I will not be doing this on my own. As we can see, we have 2 seats. So I have someone that I look up to. Like, I've learned so much from him, and I am still learning. So we would have a very short chat. If your hands are not busy, please put your hands together for Mr. T.A. As we all know, short, but his full name is Mr. Tola T.A. Alabi. Clap, 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 clap. Thanks so much, sir. First, I'm so shocked that I wore like a shade of what he's actually wearing. I was shocked when I saw him coming, and I was also close to also wearing like a cap like this. I was like, okay, maybe perhaps it would have been that we saw it while we were actually coming. But it's so good to have you here, sir. Thank you so much for being here. So please, just before we actually get in, ensure you have books and you have pen to write, because you will learn a lot today. Trust me, so much more than you can ever imagine. Okay, so with your years of knowledge, in a very short sentence, what would you call brand? Because we hear people say branding, brand, because most times we feel branding or brand has to do with your logo, with your colors or anything. So, but for you, this is something that you've been doing for years. So what exactly, in one sentence, would you call brand or the word branding?
All right, thanks a lot for having me. It's great to be here. One sentence, what branding is. Branding is an opinion people have when they think of something. So whatever that opinion is, whatever comes to your mind first, when you think of something, then that's the branding that thing projects.
Okay, so I'm sure this is actually quite new, because just like I said, I've had talks with different people, and then they're like, branding is the logo. Okay, this is what it looks like. But then this is something very new. He said this is the first thought people have of that brand once it is actually said. So it means that it actually goes beyond how nice it looks or how good it looks. So, but now, when we bring branding and seeing this brand that can actually last long or that can really stand, like the test of time, how will I put it in it? Like, let me look for a very simple way to actually put it. So, what words would you say that if you have this and this and this in your brand, then you are so sure that in the next 10, 15, 16 years, you would still be on the spotlight?
All right. And the thing is, branding is less about being in the spotlight or not. It's more about your truth. You understand? It's so a lot of people think of, I want to start this business, start this company, build this brand, and I want it to last 10 years. I want it to last 100 years. But that's a wrong mentality to have, because you don't go into something thinking of how long it will last. The success of a brand is just very similar to the success of a relationship or a marriage. It's the same thing. The same thing that will make a marriage last is the same thing that will make a brand last. And it comes down to one thing, it's happiness. Once you're happy in a marriage, you wouldn't know when you reach your 10-year mark, your 20-year mark, your 50-year mark. You would just say, oh, it's 50 years already. The same thing too if you're building a brand and you're happy doing what you're doing. You wouldn't know when you reach your 20-year mark. Like, I went somewhere some weeks ago, and I was telling them I've done design and branding for over 20 years. And I realized that a lot of people were surprised by that. They're like, 20 years, how did you do it? And I had to stop and think, and I didn't think of doing it for 20 years. I just woke up each morning happy to do it. So, the thing about building a brand is you need to be happy. You need to be happy doing what you're doing. It needs to align with your person, with your passion, with your intuition, with your inclinations. Once it aligns with that, this thing about longevity just becomes a byproduct. It's not something you count. In fact, when you start counting things, it shows that you don't enjoy it anymore. When you start counting years, it shows that you're tired of your marriage. When you start counting how many days are in a week, when you start counting down the week and say, oh, are we in Thursday or Friday? It means that you don't really enjoy that job. You understand? So when you start counting, it means that you are where you shouldn't be. So what makes a brand enjoy longevity, if that's what you're going for, is to be happy doing what you're doing.
Wow. So one word, be happy doing what you're doing. So if you are really in that space where you're like, okay, maybe it might work, or it might not work, because there was actually there was this thing I really picked from your podcast. You said if you see your name and you write it down and you say it back, okay, are you fine with the way it actually sounds? Are you fine with the way it looks? I was like, okay. That was when I okay, and I said, okay, Philip Efia. So I was doing much okay, in the very first place. I didn't see it as one big deal, but then after I actually went through the whole series, I was like, okay, okay, I think this is something I should really look at. So if you are really in that space where you are really not so happy what you're actually doing, then I think that you should sit back, pause, and then learn on through it. So, sir, there is actually, there's this thing that we usually call trends. Okay, trends, because I've seen brands or I've seen people who just see any trend going and then jump into it. So, okay, so now at what point do you, as a brand, do you say, okay, I don't think this is for me, or I think this works for me, because most people jump into trends and then get lost in the whole system. So at what point for you do you think as a brand anywhere that you think, okay, I think this is for me and this is not for me. This is what I should do and this is what I should not do.
Yeah, trends. Trends, it's an interesting concept that has been propagated by social media. You see, when I started business, there really wasn't anything like trends. You just did what you believed you should do, and you put it out there. But now, because we can see what you are doing, what he's doing, what she's doing, then the person that has the loudest voice becomes the person we ought to follow. And so the thing about this thing called trend is that, to be honest with you, a lot of people jump on trend out of an insecurity and a desperation to have people accept them. So we do trend to catch attention. You understand? We jump on trends so that we do not get left out. That's why we do trending things, because we don't want to be left out. You don't want to miss out on an audience. And so the problem with that is when you jump on things like that based on, it's a desperation mindset, especially here in Nigeria, because everyone is desperate for customers and clients and views and likes and followers. We do things for people, and we don't do things out of an expression of what is true within us. So I don't have any problem with trends, but trends must align with your person. It must align with who you are. And I'll give this rule of thumb. Don't involve yourself with a trend that makes you look silly. You understand? Don't involve yourself in a trend that makes you look silly. In terms, what I mean to say is, if you cannot dance, don't follow a dancing trend.
Wow.
If you cannot dance, don't follow a dancing trend. If you do not have a lot of shoes, don't get a trend that makes you throw shoes up and down and catch it with your leg. Don't do that, because what it's going to do is expose your soft underbelly. It's going to make you vulnerable. And so I would say this: if you are going to follow a trend, let it align with who you are. I said this once, that I grew up in the 80s, and I think in the 90s, early 90s, there was this company, 7-Up. Now, 7-Up is not as big as it used to be then, because I don't know if Coca-Cola has even acquired them or whatever, but they were really big then. It was everywhere. And they were doing this competition. And the whole concept was, once you drink it, you lift the cover, and there's a little thing under it, and you peel it. And when you peel it, there's an animal there. For that period, there was an animal there. It was either an antelope, a lion, an eagle, a monkey. And you were meant to keep it. And on Saturday night, they would show you what animal was the winning animal, and then you can go and redeem your prize. Now, The eagle was always the one that was the one with the grand prize, and that was very scarce. But then some days they'll just say, if you have an elephant, come to whatever depot and collect your prize. Now, it would be ridiculous for someone that has a monkey to show up there and want to redeem a prize. That's what trend is like. Trend is like the world being 7-Up right now, calling a particular animal and saying, if you have this animal, it's your turn. The world would say, what we want is people that can dance. You have to look at your bottle and say, it's dancing there. No, I don't have dancing. I shouldn't go there to redeem anything. Sometimes it's those that can talk. If you can talk, come and redeem. Then you look at, but you must know what's on your bottle cover. The problem is that people don't know what's on their bottle cover. So they just go there and just try to go and redeem what's there. And then they turn you back. You don't win anything. So the thing about trend is you must know what aligns with you. If the trend aligns with you, it's the world saying it's your time to go and cash out. But if it doesn't, just stay put. Because the world is like a revolving table. If you come to your turn, you understand? A time will come for people who can draw. A time will come for people who can talk. A time will come for people who can stand still. You understand what it is? So it all comes down to how much you know yourself and how confident and not desperate you are to just get people.
Wow. Okay, just like I said, I hope that you're really listening and then writing, because these things you're saying, these are things I also go home back and I'm like, okay, I think I need to check this. So, but then we have brands who have, okay, maybe tried this, tried that, go here, go there, like almost done every single thing. And then it's like, okay, maybe perhaps this thing is not really working. So at that space where you're in, you're like, okay, I've tried, maybe perhaps I should just leave or just stop. Okay, for you, what exactly do you think, if it's me or if it's really anyone, what do you think we should do at that same spot in time where we feel like we've literally tried everything and it's not just working?
Yeah, you move on to the next thing. I think the problem that people have with this thing called branding is they confuse longevity with rigidity. And there are two different things. That you start out doing one thing doesn't mean you need to do it for the next 10 years. Wow. Because we are evolving as people. We evolve, and people wrestle with this a lot. So we try to grind our identity in one thing. So you were a hairdresser when you started out your business, but along the way, you lost your passion for that, and that's normal. That happened. And then you now realize that you have an interest in photography. And some people are like, that's not aligning with what I've told people. So for a lot of us, our brand becomes our prison. And it should never become your prison. Because your brand isn't what you do. Your brand isn't necessarily what you do. Your brand is what you do that aligns with your truth at that time. So for someone like me, I started out doing graphic design and I was doing web design. That's what I started out doing web design. And I loved it every single day of doing it. Till one day I woke up and I just didn't like it anymore. I just didn't like, I don't know why I didn't like it. I didn't like the software. I didn't like the interfacing with the clients. I just didn't like it. And I stopped. People kept calling me and saying, I don't do web design anymore. And they had money to pay. I told them I don't do it anymore. And I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I knew what I didn't want to do. And that's why a lot of people don't have the audacity to say, I don't do this thing anymore. You know, our own passion or what we put out there becomes our biggest prison. So I said I don't do it anymore, and I spent some time looking for what the next thing that caught my interest, and it was logo design. And for some reason, I just felt attracted to that, and I just started doing that. And I did that for many years, and that's what I did for a good almost 15 years. And I built a name doing that. People knew me doing that. I made a lot of money doing that. And then I woke up again and I stopped loving it. Wow. And it happened. And you don't need to be able to explain that to anybody. It just happens that you are empty. You have nothing to give to that anymore. The insecure person continues. The confident person acknowledges that this has happened. And the confident person is not scared of silence. Some of us are scared of silence in our own lives, because we always feel who we are is what we do. But that's not true. You understand? You're not what you do. You are who you are, and that's a lot of doing. And some of the doing has not been found yet. So when I found logo design, I did it, but then I stopped liking it. And that was during COVID. And then I realized that someone invited me to talk to a group of designers. And this is where we need to understand that life is about yes, no's, and I don't know. When you are able to say no, you are able to have audacity in your life. Every time you say no, you win back some real estate of your life. We must learn to say no. No, I don't do this anymore. Yes opens us up to a sense of adventure. It puts you in a place where you've never been before. And that's very important for your life to be full. And saying I don't know puts you in a place of awe, a place of wonder, a place where you do not even know how things happen. Like when that guy was doing the masterclass, when I was turning all those things, I just didn't know how he was making those things happen and how he came up with stuff like that. And it's great to be in a place of awe. But you see, I wasn't scared to say no to logo design even after 20 years. A lot of us think of time sunk. That's why people go to school, study medicine, and they come out and they realize I don't love medicine anymore. They're like, oh, but I bought all those textbooks and I spent 8 years and my parents spent so much money. And then you put yourself in a prison and you're unhappy. You understand? So you must be able to say, this is the next thing. So you see, longevity and rigidity are two different things. So a lot of us think of our brand longevity. But I'll have you know that a lot of brands out there that you know, successful today, did not start out doing what they were doing at the beginning. Nokia was a rubber company. You understand? They used to make tires, and then they went to making phones. You understand what I'm saying? So give yourself that room to evolve. When you stop loving something, give yourself that audacity to stop doing it and to say, what's the next thing? And you would realize that that is your brand. Your brand is your evolution. You're going from one thing to the other thing to the other thing. And you realize that what you take to the next thing is something you learned from the previous thing. But you must have the audacity to go to the next thing.
Wow, trust me, this is actually huge. So this is huge. Why it is huge is because I've seen people who actually did things. Even me myself, I've had things that I was actually doing fine. I was like, okay, I think it's fine. I open. I'm like, I don't think I really want to do this anymore. And somehow, like, okay, are you sure? Are you sure? So, like, are you sure? Are you sure? But I said, yeah, this is something I've been doing. But then I just feel like I think this looks cool, or this is something I would really jump in on. And then I think at that point I actually looked weird. But now I really thought, okay, I think I know that this is me changing from what I was to what I am meant to be, of which it could still change later again. But then we have just very few minutes. But then just before we go, we have brands that actually face serious issues. Maybe perhaps you actually sold and you sold wrongly. So at that space where you have issues, you have this one who is there, who is shouting your name, the other person is there, and then they're pulling you. How do you stay and manage the whole shout and chaos and the crisis from maybe just doing something wrong?
Yeah. How do you pull yourself out of a mess where someone is... You know, the thing is that there are always stages of this thing before it goes out into a full-blown dragon. Sure. You see, one thing that is... once we can relate business to life, business will become easy. Business is no different from life. What I'm looking at right now are a number of businesses. And some of you might say, I've never registered a business, but you are a business, you are a brand. All those things that are registered as CAC, those things are abstract things. They don't really exist. What exists is the person behind it. And so what I'm going to tell you now is you would have conflict. But the problem is we always think that business should be squeaky clean. And it cannot, because life is not squeaky clean. You would have conflict with clients, and some of it will be your fault, some of it will be their fault. It will happen. But you see, the problem is we have this squeaky clean mentality, so we never prepare ourselves for conflict. We don't prepare ourselves for conflict. And what it takes to de-escalate sometimes is you saying, I messed up, I'm sorry. That's something that is so rare with today's business people and vendors. They do not say they are sorry even when they drop the ball. They are not able to say they are sorry. But your ability to say you're sorry is very important. And I said it like today, this morning, leaving the house, I said something and my wife didn't like it. I was going to leave and just make it just, sometimes when you just say something, I like, let time just let it heal. But the truth of the matter is don't do that with women because women, their time letting it heal. There's a lot of time they can drag it out to be. But I had to go back and say, I messed up. I shouldn't have said this thing. And it died there. You see, I could have come here and I would have said sorry, and I would go home and deal with stew on it, and then it becomes a full-blown, you understand? But you being able to check it at the time that you drop the ball is very important. You must be able to tell your clients, I'm sorry we didn't deliver early. Even before they complain about not delivering all. I'm sorry you called me 5 times. I'm sorry you sent me a message day before yesterday, and I'm just replying right now. You'd realize that when you set the tone to be amiable, you will never get to a place where someone will drag you out or call you out, even when you drop the ball seriously. If you can be a decent person and bring a decent person to business, you would have a decent business at the end of the day.
Wow, okay. Thank you so much, sir. So just before we go, what last words would you leave for us, like for anyone sitting here and anyone watching? What last words would you leave that, okay, if you want your brand to really stay long and stand like the test of time, what last words would you give them?
I think my last word is stop thinking about how your brand will stay long. Stop thinking about longevity. Start thinking about durability. And what is the difference between durability and longevity is longevity is quantity of lasting. That's longevity. Durability is quality of lasting. It doesn't matter how long your brand lasts. It's the impression they leave in people's minds. And so what I'm trying to say is that I don't run a design business anymore. But it's interesting that people still reference my business and still say, oh man, I was impacted by TA Design. You understand? TA Design has closed down. But then it's still in people's minds. It's durable in people's minds. There's no need being one to not have a good taste in people's minds. So it doesn't mind, I told you last, there is a brand out there, a TV station, starts with N, ends with A, and there's a T somewhere in the middle. They've lasted longer than any other TV station in Nigeria, but their quality is not up to some people that started 5-10 years ago. You understand? So be that person that even if you came for 5 years, it lasts in people's mind for 100.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please, if your hands are not busy, please clap. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for doing it. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hand. Mr. T. Mr. T, please. We want to take a picture real quick. Sorry for that. If you... Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for Mr. T and Mr. F. Thank you so much for that one. That was an amazing rendition. Thank you so much for that one. I still have a couple of tickets and vouchers to give out, and I want to wrap that up real quick. And I need people to play my next game with me. So if you're interested in getting a voucher for a burger, fries, and a pop drink, I need 5 persons, 5 volunteers. I have a quick game. We want to make this as quick as possible. So I need 5 volunteers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, guys, I need ladies. Come, 2. Both of you were the first 2 people I called. You were the third. Yes, you were the third. Lady, 4th, 5th. Yes, I have 5 people. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, the lady in blue. Please join me on stage real quick. We're going to play a very quick game. Let me quickly move this guy here before my able-bodied protocols help me with this. Yes, please. Welcome, madam. That's a beautiful blazer. Yes. I don't think you need this, but you guys can get it. Have this. Ready, two guys? What's happening? Now we have Spain part of us. Are you part of this? So just be quick with it. Space out. You guys are too clustered. Feel at home. My sound, can we get 2 more mics, please? Can we get 2 more microphones? Do we have access to that, please? So yes, we're going to play the word association game. And I think I want to use this chair. Ooh. All of a sudden, I feel like a speaker. So yes, we're going to play a quick game now while we're giving that out. And it's the word association game. You guys will give me a word. And we start with the first person here. So for example, if you say the word is ball, so he makes a sentence with that word in it. So he says, for example, you say the word is ball. He says, I have a ball. And ball is the last word in a sentence. So the next person starts her sentence with where he ended, which is she starts with ball. So if he says, I have a ball, she will say, balls are nice. The next person says, nice? Does that make sense? We understand that, right? You guys following? Can we get the mics, please? So it's similar. Yes, thank you. The mics are coming. Did we get that? Should I take it again? Should I take it again? Okay, lovely. So please, turn on your mics to show it's working. You are not just the audience, you are the judge, you are the jury, and you are the originator of the words. So every word you guys tell me to tell them, that's what I tell them. And anybody that does not make a sentence that is befitting, we evict that person. So you guys will play this game with me. Is that okay? Is that okay? Okay, solid. So guys, what's our first word? What? I like Africa. We'll do that. We'll start with Africa. Africa, are you ready? So our first word is Africa. In 3, 2, 1.
Africa is a nice continent.
Continents like Europe are continents like so many happen.
The judge, the jury, and the audience, what do we do? Does she go or does she stay? What? She goes? We don't want to start what we... The judge, the jury, and the originator of the words. Does she go or does she stay? This is confusing. If you want her to stay, say aye. If you want her to go, say nay. I mean, the nays have it. My darling, thank you for playing. This is yours. You've won yourself a voucher to a burger. Thank you. Please jam your hands together for her. 6. Now 5. We're starting with the lady in blazers, right? Because that's where we stop. So my people, what's the next word? Why are you doing like, what's all that? What's next one? Give me something related to Tech African Conference. What? AI is 2 words. Artificial intelligence. What? Creative. Creative is good. I like creative. So creative is our next one. Creative. 3, 2, 1.
I'm a creative person.
Please, we do not have all the time in the world. We need this to be as quick as possible. Creative is the word, right? They're in charge if they say. So you do play according to their will. They are judge, jury, and literally executioner. So creative. Give me a sentence to start with creative. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm a creative person. Creative.
If you want her to go, say aye. If you want her to go, say nay. Thank you so much for playing. We do not have all. Thank you so much. Please jam your hands together for her as she makes her way to the seat. You guys evicted her. I had no hand in that. Please cover the space. Thank you. It has not even gotten to. Next word, please. Give me something. Content. I like content. So we're starting with content in 3, 2, 1.
Content is a very powerful tool to change the world.
The world is a great place to be.
Be where I am. I like staying here because this
So hold on. What are we doing? Is she going or is she staying or is she taking it again? The. He stopped at world. You were supposed to start with world. So you started with the. So, thank you for being part of this. We genuinely appreciate you. Reward yourself. Please jam your hands together for her to make the sit. Please want this to be as quick as possible. We have 3 more guests. Give me a word, please. What? Brand. We started with you.
brand is the beginning of beauty.
Beauty is something you find in someone.
Someone is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please jam your hands together for him as he makes his way back to his seat. Thank you for playing. We're down to 2. Give me a word, please, real quick. Power. Power is good.
Power is change.
Change is the beginning of a new nature.
Nature is what we see every day.
Day? Wow, we are in the daylight. Can't you see?
I know that was good, but you're giving him time. Okay. So I'm going to need another word, so we start from him again, because that's where we stop. So give me another word, please. What? I can't hear that. Energy. I heard energy. Energy is good.
Energy is power.
Power is the beginning of might.
Might takes over everything.
Everything. Where we are today, if not for anything, we won't be here today.
I will really, really appreciate it. I know that he deserves a round of applause, but I really appreciate it if we do not do that, right? You have just saved him twice, right? Okay. So I need another word now, real quick. So please, let's not clap necessarily, okay? Yes, I know he deserves it, but we'll clap at the end. Give me another word, please. What? What? Brand. We use brand. Have we not used brand? Innovation is good. We'll use innovation.
Innovation is taking over the world today.
The world is beginning with tech. When you hear tech, you hear AI, that's the beginning of a new nature.
Real quick. We're going to stop. The judge, the jury, does he stay or does he go? If you want him to stay, say aye. If you want him to go, say nay. If you want him to go, say aye. If you want him to go, say aye. If you want him to stay, say nay. Please have it to get another shot. Give me another shot. It's the final round. I need another word, please. Troubleshoot is a long word. Inspire. We'll do inspire. I heard that earlier from here. Inspire.
Inspire me and I'll teach you something.
Wow, I learned something today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have our winner. Thank you so much for being part of this. Congratulations. What's your name, sir? Congratulations to you, David. You have just won yourself vouchers to G-Burger. Thank you for playing. Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for them as they make their way back to your seats. To take us through our next rendition, we are way behind schedule and we do not have all the time on the wall. So we're going to speed this up as quickly as possible. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I hope you did. But we'll move on. We do not have time to bask in that. It's just the tip of the iceberg. We have a lot planned out tomorrow. So if you want to be part of this, please join us again same time tomorrow. Our guys at Holy Land have yet another presentation, and the last part, and you know what they say. They usually save the last for the best. And I'm sure she's ready to deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for our guys at Holy Land as they wrap up.
Yeah. How are we doing? I know most of us are tired already. Yeah. Sorry. So we just have 5 minutes to 10 minutes on storytelling for social media. Right? So because as I said, it's Holy Land Academy in collaboration with African Creators Conference. So in a few minutes, we just want to bring in our next speaker, Masai Bitere. She's a creative storyteller who uses voiceover, video editing, and strategy to turn everyday moments into realities that connect people. And please make a call Masa Ebetire. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Energy is a bit low. I'm tired too. So I'm going to quickly start by telling a personal story. How many of us are from the South? Port Harcourt, Delta. Are you familiar with Ijaw people? Yeah, Warri area. So if you're familiar with Ijaw people, you will know that they have large families. You can find one house, you will see 4 uncles, 4 cousins. I grew up in a house with a lot of people, and I'm a child that talks a lot. But there's nobody listening to all the things I have to say. They're always silencing my voice. So imagine a talkative child becoming the quiet child. Now, she's very quiet, so this one not they talk. But when I go outside, it's a different story. And that's how I started my content creation and my storytelling journey, because I started talking to myself since there was nobody to listen to me. So today I'm going to be teaching you guys on creating compelling stories for vlogs and lifestyle. First of all, how many of you follow me on Instagram? I think a couple of people came up to me and called me Vlogger T. I make vlogs. And I was calling myself Vlogger T for a long time. And I did not know the meaning of the word vlog. How many of us know the meaning of the word vlog? Or you just started seeing people calling vlogs, and you follow and say, okay, this is a vlog. Do you know the meaning of the word vlog? So, okay, the slide is up. Can you go to what is a vlog? Yeah. So vlogs really... So vlog is really just a video blog. It is storytelling, but instead you're not just using words on a page. You bring people into your world through visual, sounds, and moments. So because I have just 10 minutes, I'm going to be very fast. So lifestyle content. Lifestyle content is content that captures and shares the way you live your life, your interests, your experiences, and your perspective of everyday life. Sorry, hold on. All right. If I go around and ask people around here, why are you not creating? I'm sure a lot of you are content creators, or you want to create content, but you are not sure how to go about it. And I ask you why are you not making your videos? Why are you not making vlogs? You say, oh, my life is boring. True or yes? I'm not going anywhere. Nothing is going on in my... Something is going on. You just don't know how to tell your stories. And I'm going to be giving you guys 3 angles to tell better stories, all right? So the first angle is the relatable angle. I have a video for you guys to watch. It's very short. Can you play my video? All right. So this is me, and I'm just losing my hair. All right, I can cut it. So this video is like 20 seconds long, and this video did 9.3 million views on Instagram. Yes. Nothing fancy, no aesthetics. Why? Because you could relate to it. How many ladies do we have here? You lose your hair. It's so hectic. You will start and you're asking yourself, who actually sent me message? So people could relate to it. That's because I was not really doing anything. I was not saying anything. Before you say, okay, I had a voiceover, I was telling a story. This is already a story, and people could relate to it. So the relatable angle, basically. Oh, sorry. The relatable angle basically is making your viewers feel seen by telling everyday stories that reflect their own experiences. So when next you want to make your video, if it's just a video of you making tea and drinking your tea, you ask yourself, okay, how can I make the viewer feel like, oh, me too? You can talk about, oh, maybe the tea was too hot. You burnt your tongue. That's something we experience every day. And if I make that kind of video and you watch it, you'll be like, oh, me too. Oh. Sometimes you send me to make hot tea. Do you understand? So that's angle one. So we're going to move on to the next angle. Angle. So people always say life is in stages, right? And let's say you're at a stage in your life right now and nothing is really going on. That is a series. That's an episode of life on this. I'm going to use myself as an example. So I'm a copper. I'm a core member. I'm currently serving and I graduated last year. And if you follow me on Instagram, you see that it's like a journey. Somebody met me and she told me now she has been following me from uni. So I've been posting. It's like a journey. People are following your journey because you are showing the series. Even when I'm commenting for part 2. So that's exactly it. Your life is a narrative. All right? So we're going to go to the next angle. The emotional and sensory angle. How many of you guys know OAC? He was on earlier. You guys watch his videos. When you watch his videos, what do you feel? You're hearing soundtrack, the way the people talk, you're feeling emotional. That's the emotional and sensory angle at work. And I'm just going to break it down for you. So I'm going to use myself as an example again. So I'm going to tell a story. So this morning I woke up, right? I woke up and I checked my time. I was still stretching, trying to, I've woken up. I checked my time, 7:35. Hey, Tara, what are you doing? I rush into the kitchen. I'm boiling water. I cooked stew yesterday. I'm warming my stew. And I rush into the kitchen. I'm boiling water. I cooked stew yesterday. I'm warming my stew. And as I'm perceiving the stew, I'm like, yeah, I think I should eat something. I'm feeling good. I'm remembering all the stew that my mommy has been making when I was in Delta. Suddenly, my alarm has rung again. I said, Jesus, what are you doing? I'll rush to the toilet again. When I'm telling my story, you're picturing it, right? You've experienced those feelings before, and they are coming back, right? That is emotional and sensory angle. So when you're telling your stories, you need to put these things in place. You can say, okay, this is what you want to do. You can see where this guy is eating this popcorn now. I'm sorry. You can tell a story about eating your popcorn, and when you're talking about it, me, as you're eating it, I'll be feeling like I'm eating popcorn, or I will remember, when I ate this popcorn, it felt like this, it tasted like this. Do you understand? So that's another very powerful angle when you're telling stories. The lesson here is that when emotions meet senses, ordinary moments become very much unforgettable, and that's what you want your audience to feel. I went to buy pure water to bathe, and I was still late. That video went viral. And if you go through the comments, you hear people saying, oh, me too. I remember when I was in uni, those days. In fact, I even...
Conversation, ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for Mr. Prince Dirisu as he takes us through that. Please jam your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. This way, sir. Yes, better. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
Wow, thank you very much. See me feeling like a stand-up comedian. Everybody seems tired. I'm going to feel the weight of lifting your spirits to listen to this, but I'm not a praise singer. So what do? We start from where the last person stopped. You just have to tell this story properly. So thank you so much. Permit me to introduce esports. I can see everybody's eyes wide open. What is esports again? Any sport in English? Sport is sports. They have put E fronts of sports again. What are we talking about? So basically, let me just break it down. When you see sports anywhere, it's just electronic sports. Please, to place a caveat, not sports betting. Because that's the trend of the day now. So I'm not here to talk about sports betting, even though that's not a topic I should delve into. Once you're 18, you can do what you want with your life responsibly, as people who say beer will say. But electronic sports, as it is today, any sports, we all know what sports is. It's a competition, any duel that can be documented to declare a winner amongst people, either one or two people. But when you put electronic into it, then you know that anything that is sports can be visually represented for people to compete remotely, either through video games, remote PCs, whatnot, and whatnot. So that brings us to the conversation. All of us here, nobody, at least even if it's snake and ladder you have on your mobile phone, that's esports.
Esports on its own is wider than sports itself, because there's no sports that cannot be visually represented for people to compete with electronically. So what are we leading to? Esports as its own, as big as it is, it was built to hold its own Olympics. Now let me relate it to African creators' content. Creators' content being the fulcrum of what we're discussing. Now, how does this yield impact? Many people just see playing games, like there are men here. How many of us play FIFA? You see? But we play it for fun. We just play it for fun. But it will interest you to know that as big as playing EAFC FIFA is in Nigeria now, they had to create their own server for Nigeria. But yet, we are not yielding anything from it. I'll take us back to the time when we were younger. Our parents didn't allow us to play football, play basketball. They see it as distractions. If you come home and you want to play football, they will beat you back into the place now. But what do we have today? Project Mbappe. Why? Because the impact now is shown financially, and the respect you get anywhere you can. You will see that sports has taken that niche. So in order for us not to miss out, I won't say we've missed out before, but we are always very slow. How are we slow? As we are today, many of us, I'm sure we are hearing anything about esports for the first time, or we just lose interest into it because we think by now. I had a very, very, very intense argument with somebody a week back. What was the argument? He said, it was esports. You that will use your money, use money to go and open club. You know how much is NEC now, you're just wasting your time. This is somebody that is entrapped at the moment. But when you check, how many people really make it and carve a niche for themselves? Because this whole media, this whole social, this our interaction with ourselves is all about carving a niche for yourself. The moment you carve a niche for yourself, you follow. Unlikely as it is, Portable has carved a niche for himself. If he speaks, blocks will carry. Unlikely as it is, Gege 24. Consecutively, it has been held now. Esport has been recognized in Asia Games by itself, but Africa is still lagging behind. We know the bottlenecks we face with people trying to introduce this. Now, let's now take it to the catalyst of development in the society. Nigeria as a growing society is built by 2050 to be the largest youthful or the largest population, the third largest population in the world. As at now, 60% of our population of 240 million are below 25, with a median age of 18. How many of us would agree with me that to really teach a child or a teenager, you must teach them through things that interest them? I will go back to, because I like picking from what people have discussed about. I will go back to T.A. Alabi, if I got it correctly. He said something about audacity. I have kids, and it seems like their music nice. No. For those of us that have kids, their audacity is just to find out why you want them not to do what you say they should not do. They only attend to you when you now decide to even have children. Eat now, you have to play cartoon. You have to play Peppa Pig to convince them. And this is where esports is going to now. But just like every new trend, nobody is seeing it yet until it blows up. When it blows up, now it takes me, you, and I to blow it up. I deliberately never downloaded Candy Crush on my phone, but I can tell you that 80% of people here have played Candy Crush. Imagine playing Candy Crush to yield money for you. These things are possible. Other nationalities, other places, they've started doing all of this. But When we have not seen something materialize, we just think it is quite impossible. But we do not know that it takes us to materialize it to become possible. We can't keep waiting for people to come and tell us that this is possible. Now, let's go to the social and economic aspects of esports. Now, just like sports, we all know that before you take on sports, you must exercise. You must be mentally fit. You must not do drugs. This is the same thing with esports. For the fact that you are just coming to hold a controller, we are trying to make you understand that no, you must be of proper mental capacity. It doesn't mean because you are coming to play FIFA, you will dose yourself with tramadol, dose yourself with all of those stuffs that I don't want to give popularity in mentioning. But we all know these vices. But if we have a situation where, because you are interested in esports, you are interested in such competition, you know that if you do this, it's going to take you away from such competition, and it's something you love, you are definitely going to stay away from doing it. And that is an advantage. We go now to the emerging trend. Oh, sorry to say, but I must mention it, cultism. The youths now, they need things to believe in that actually works. Because they are starting to see the social vices at what works. If you don't change the narrative between the teens to see that there are other things that will make it work, sorry to say, people, our teens and our youth, they follow. You may talk, but if you don't bring in actions to make them see that this thing actually works and is actually profitable. Now, I'm going to give personal example. We organized the first of its kind Northern Game Fest in Abuja. The turnout was massive. When we wanted to do it, I know some of our sponsors, and to tell you the truth, sports or esports, we never work without sponsorship. When we were about to do it, even we, the hall and the places we used, we didn't anticipate it to be filled to such capacity, and we were overwhelmed. Now, to tell you that every professional and everybody actually is involved in this, but we are in the closet. For 2 consecutive years, we have organized esports tournaments among lawyers. Lawyers are seen as the social engineers of the society. If as serious as your lawyer, that which I am by training, if as serious as your lawyer, you see him holding consoles, doing this in a strive to win something, it doesn't take anything away from anybody. So I'll just quickly, because I've been notified, just round up by saying the government has its role to play. Saudi Arabia has so taken this personal because of the trajectory. Our government of the day, anything that is not viral yet, that has not worked, they don't believe in that capacity. Then they have to give creatives like yourselves, like ourselves. How many of us remember Zlatan recently was beaten by one Farouk 8-0? It went viral. And you had a bet on yourself that, are you sure I cannot beat Zlatan, or are you sure I cannot beat these people? So rather than having people believe in sports betting, why not allow them believe in themselves and their capacity for them to be able to deliver? So there's a lot to be unpacked on esports and all. If time permits me, I would share some of our papers and slides with the organizers to see how they can get it across. But for the meantime, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dirisu. That is a very, very interesting conversation. Please jam your hands together for Mr. Dirisu. Thank you so much. Esports, that's a brilliant avenue for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, jam your hands together for our convener as he says some final words before we wrap up. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
So finally, the first day is done. So I want to appreciate everyone that took their time out to be here from the starting to this time. Tomorrow is powerfully packed. We have George Omoraru that's coming. We have Pastor Victoria Akai. We have the Minister of Youth and Development for tomorrow. We have Nedima Obioha for tomorrow. We have the social media princess. We have a representative from the GIZ, representative from the EU, and representative from the German Corporation tomorrow. So you have the major stakeholders and investors. They are coming tomorrow. Tomorrow is the main day of this event. It's not just like it's the climax of the event, and I want every one of us to be here because this Creators Conference is going to be a 5 days festival next year. That is from Monday to Friday. We'll be coming here with different hearing from different organizations and different key experts. So I don't want anyone to be discouraged about today, but tomorrow is powerfully packed, and we are not going to go the way it came back tomorrow. Thank you very much, and we'll call it a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they say, all good things come to an end. But the brilliant part about this good thing is that it continues tomorrow. So I want to see you here, same time, same place. My name is Epic, and I have enjoyed day 1 of the African Creators Conference. If you took a picture with anybody here, outside, anywhere, please do well to, as you share it across social media, do well to tag us on Instagram at African Creators Conference, #African Creators Conference. We still have a lot of vouchers to give out, so I want you to join us tomorrow. But I will take one quick question. I'll ask one quick question because I want to give out one voucher because we're done. The event is over. But I want to give out one voucher. And I have a question. We had 2 panel sessions, and on the second panel session, we had 3 guests, 2 guys and a lady. Anybody that tells me the lady's full name gets this. I saw his hands up. The guy in blue. Can somebody give him a mic, please? Or if you can shout, let me hear it. Precious, I got that. That's correct. Please come and take this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of the day 1 of African Creators Conference. We have thoroughly enjoyed your presence here. To all our sponsors, thank you so much for putting this together. To the brand Brandek, thank you so much. Everybody that has been part of it, our creators, and you are amazing guests, the most important part of this amazing event. Thank you so much. My name is Epic, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. We have a lost material around. Somebody misplaced something. If you're to tell us what it is, and we'll give it to you. No, it's not used. As you leave, if you have a